G'day, and welcome to No White Guild Australia. You've likely noticed that many government and not-for-profit organisations that advocate for the interests of different racial groups in Australia. But there is one group of people that are left without an organisation to represent their wellbeing and interests. Why would this be the case? Well, often we are told that certain historical injustices disqualify white people from ever advocating for their own. Others claim that any defence of white people is motivated by hatred and a desire to do harm to other races. No White Guild Australia rejects these notions. White Wellbeing is about love for our people, not the hatred of other races. It is about rejecting white guilt and anti-white narratives that paint our people as uniquely evil and indefensible, and working towards an Australia free of anti-whitism. So how do we achieve this? No White Guild Australia employs a method and specific lexicon created by Jason Cooner, outlined in his book Go Free. It teaches us how to effectively identify and combat the various forms of anti-whitism. We invite all good people to learn this method and take part in this crucial work, which will ultimately benefit all peoples of Australia. Together, we can get this country back on track.
The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
They try to erase us, rewrite the past, for the sake of our heritage, it's built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of the hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts, and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God.
glorious it is to be skipping the Super Bowl slop today and coming instead to Church of the West, ladies and gentlemen. Feature stories today: sex, lies, and the trad grift. Cuck-servative failure. Olympics are too white and full of anti-whites. And Gene Wu, War on Whites. The Go Free lesson of the day: white identity theft. Is this going to be a new MC for us? Maybe so. We're going to look into it. Your comments and questions, and then there's this. I'm afraid there's no joke today because I got an offender bender a little earlier this morning, and it took a bunch of my time away from prepping to be able to be with you all today. I just tapped this guy's bumper in front of me. When he hopped out, I saw that he was a little person. He marched right over and looked way, way up at me with this angry little face and said, "I'm not happy." So I said, "All right, which one are you?" We are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. We are across from Mordor on the Potomac, and we are here for Church of the West, ladies and gentlemen. Skipping the slop bowl, as you all know it to be, ladies and gentlemen. Skip the slop bowl, to hell with the NFL. We don't want any of your female and black worship and everything else that you're going to be serving up the slop to the white race today. Instead, no, we are going to be going free in service to white well-being. And we're going to get into it right now. Take a look at this absolute anti-white PO. God bless him. God bless him. This representative down in Texas by the name of Representative Gene Wu. Total POS. Well, he said what I knew all along, and maybe you did too. Maybe you had a little bit of some blind sight, and you could see what was going on in the world. Representative Gene Wu of Texas, ladies and gentlemen, the great intellectual embargo here, saying to people who are calling this guy racist, he's anti-white. Call it what it is. He hates white people. Let's get it right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear from Gene Wu. He says here, non-whites share the same, but it's not just non-whites he's talking about, is it? No, it's not just non-whites in wokeness sharing this, share the same oppressor. And he's talking about all of the privileged groups in the anti-white narrative, isn't he? This fits perfectly, this puzzle piece that I just came across today, and maybe it was just today that it's being shared on X. It fits perfectly with what I had intended to share at the beginning of our get-together here in service to white well-being. Anyhow, a video that was shared to me by the great Franklinator. We're going to get into it. The conservacucks, failing national review, but we'll get into it. So it says here, non-whites share, non-whites in all of the privileged groups. So, of course, we're talking about homosexuals and pushing the homosexual agenda. We're talking about transsexuals and the transsexual agenda. We're talking about the morbidly obese and beautiful at all sizes. We're talking about the neurodivergent of various types. And all of these are the privileged groups in Western civilization. And they all have one oppressor. What did I can tell you? Can somebody find me the page number? Can somebody find me the page number? Go Free Second Edition Iteration 2, where I specifically talk about this. I specifically talk about this. How they all have, they don't have a unity. It only appears to be a unity because they all say that they have the same oppressor, which gives the illusion. This is literally the words I use. Gives the illusion of unity. gives the illusion of them being able to work together. And as self-identified victims, they gain what? The right of self-defense. My God, I have been right for so long. So he says the same oppressor, and thereby we are the majority now. He says we're the majority, so we should just take over the country.
Tell people the day the Latino, African American, Asian, and other communities realize that they share the same oppressor is the day we start winning. I always tell people that
somebody's got to look this up and give me the page number. Somebody's got to look it up and give me the page number while we are rolling here in service to white well-being. It's literally right out of the textbook, right out of Go Free. You can't get more right than this. You can't more accurately identify the anti-white phenomenon and the ideology of anti-whiteism. You can't more correctly identify it. Decades ago, 3 decades ago, we could have had this shit wrapped up.
the day the Latino, African American, Asian, and other communities.
So End Wokeness decided to skip over the privileged groups. He decided, and he only named one. He would have named them all if he had half a brain. This immigrant. Now, what was he? He was born here, right? So his parents are immigrants. They're born here, and now he gets to rule over us because of anti-whiteism, and he gets to talk about the true aim and goal of anti-whiteism. Take over the country. Take it all from the white race. White erase white people. So in wokeness, though, wanted to skip over that part of it because in wokeness must have an anti-non-white bent, a schmuck bent. Right? Why don't these people listen to me? Your savior for the white race is here and now. This is it, here and now, and he's surrounded by the apostles of white well-being. Why are you listening? Why are you showing up anywhere else? Why are you looking for more answers?
Realize that they share the same oppressor is the day we start winning. Because we are the majority in this country now. We are
the majority now. Numerically, we are ideologically, they've been dominating for generations. But now, numerically, they are the majority. We are approaching that split. Does anybody know? Is anybody practiced enough in Go Free? What are we approaching? What is the limb that we are approaching?
We have the ability to take over this country and to do what is needed for everyone. We are the majority in this country now. We have the ability to take over this country.
And now watch carefully as how he frames their hegemony. Watch carefully how he frames it, because he doesn't say and magnify and exacerbate and quicken the rate of injury that we are able to inflict on Westernkind. No, of course not, because there are still too many white people for that, aren't there? Woo. No, so he's got to say, and to make it fair.
And to do what is needed for everyone and to make things fair. But the problem is
you take over the country from the oppressor, the white race, to make it fair. Fair for who, Woo?
Communities are divided. They're completely divided. And I talk about this. I always tell people the day the Latino.
Okay, so there you can see. So have I been right all along? I literally write what this guy is articulating about anti-whiteism decades before he said it. How much more? What else do you need? What else do you need? Why are you looking elsewhere? We've got this figured out. So we have the two other main drivers, the other main strategies of resistance to anti-whiteism. You have the Cuck-servative bastards, and we're going to be looking at National Review and the current editor-in-chief, Rich Lowry, in a minute, and the magnificent failures of conservatism in the United States. Boy, you're going to love that. You're going to love that. William F. Buckley's gigantic failure. So you've got the Cuck-servatives, and the Cuck-servatives have always told you it has nothing to do with race. Well, what did Wu just tell you? It has everything to do with race. But be careful, or you could get it wrong like end wokeness. You could get it right like intellectual embargo, or you could get it wrong like end wokeness. So the cuck losers, who will all be sitting in front of the Super Bowl in another hour and a half in their cuck chair, which is so appropriate. Their cuck chair, they've been telling you it has nothing to do with race. Just ignore anything. It has nothing. I'm totally colorblind. I can't see anything. I'm completely blind. I got to see an eye dog, and he can't see race either. We're both blind as bats. Well, what was the alternative all along? Well, it was the schmucks, the anti-non-whites. And what were they focused on? Well, 1, 2, or maybe 3 races, depending upon the Western country you're in. It's the Jews, right? It's the blacks, right? And then it's either the Hispanics or the Arabs, right? Have either of those strategies worked? No. Jason Kuna, your hierarch has been right for decades. It's been all about a race, one race, the white race. That's what it's been all about from the very beginning. And Wu is telling you right here, we all have the same oppressor. Did anybody find the page number? Then am I going to have to look up the page number to see exactly where it is in Go Free? Where I literally write this down about the appearance of unity among all of these different groups, motivated by jealousy and envy. That's what pushes them into anti-whiteism. Once in anti-whiteism, they adopt this ideology to make it a moral thing, because the alternative is to express this jealousy and envy, which they don't want to express. They want to talk about an oppressor, and that having a common oppressor gives them the illusion of unity, gives them the illusion of having like a group at the top, like the Jews at the top. It gives all of these disparate groups the illusion of unity, but they don't have unity. They're all claiming the same oppressor. The consequence of believing that they have unity is to conclude that there's one group or one cabal or whatever controlling them all. That's not what's happening at all. Focusing on, as the schmucks would have you, the Jews or whatever, has accomplished what? Zero. Everything has been nothing but failures across Western civilization as a consequence. So they all claim to have the same oppressor, motivated out of their jealousy and envy, which gave them the anti-white ideology, which they each in turn manifest individually in all of their circles of their lives. And by claiming that they are all victimized, that they all have a single oppressor, that gives them what? The right of self-defense, which is how you end up with anti-white white females in Subarus or whatever it is, trying to drive over police officers and getting shot in the face. The right of self-defense is how you end up with pretties taking a gun to confrontations with law enforcement and getting himself killed. The right of self-defense is how you get people traveling 1,000 miles across the country to go show up at some university to shout down some conservative content creator who wants to talk at the university. I've been right all along. And this garbage anti-white POS exemplifies what anti-whiteism is. He absolutely just told you what I've been telling you for decades. If you don't get this right, white race, it's over. All the little girls raped, all the little white girls gang raped, all the little white boys raped and molested, all maimed, all of us put out of jobs. They're going to take over the country. It's going to be this endless infliction of injuries, each by every single anti-white in every single group, whatever group they exist in, including the white race, to the greatest extent that they can inflict that injury until there is nothing left. And being a cuck-servative, an abstractionist, and denying that race has anything to do with it, or being a schmuck and anti-non-white who concludes erroneously that it's the birth of non-white people that's the problem, has done nothing but fail for us. Jason Kuna has fucking been right from the very beginning. The only way to address this is to recognize that it's all about one race, the white race. It's all about hating us. It's all about victimizing us and coming up with excuses to be able to do that. If we just recognize that we all have the same oppressor. Thank you, Wu. Thank you. It's literally in my book. If we just all recognize that we have the same oppressor, the time is now. We have the numbers. We could just take over the country. Thank you so much, Wu. Another one of these anti-white, non-whites coming to the country. And Cuck-servatives will tell you, they'll project themselves into every single one of these little brown and yellow and black and red and whatever it is that they identify as babies. And they come in these people, they're just here for good jobs. They're coming in the right way. Fuck you with that. How many times do we got to show you? The guy out in, what was it? Oakland? Was it Oakland, California? Where the guy went out and stabbed the living shit out of the white guy who had some Charlie Kirk gear on, stabbed the living shit out of him. And I traced the lineage. He was third generation American. His father was a big performer and made tons of money off the white race, all anti-white garbage. His grandfather was the one who came so his grandfather came into the country and lived up in New England, of all places, and had like 17 kids here. And you would think there would be some gratitude. You would think they would be at our feet, thanking us for Western civilization, for all of the wealth, for all the white females on their backs, for all of the running clean water and the food on time and on, the electricity. You would think they would thank us. No, it's just like Wu here. It's all about war on the white race. It's always been about one race. It has always been about one race. It's not the way Wu was born. It's not the way that guy in Oakland or whatever it was born. It's not the way that any Jew is born. It's the hatred and victimization of Westernkind, the people. And if we don't recognize it, it's the end of us. If we don't fight on this basis, it's the end of us. Intellectual embargo gets it right. He's anti-white. This guy is not racist. He's anti-white. If you are a cuck and you're saying, I don't know, I don't feel so good, that's what you get. Now, suck it up. It's about them being anti-white. I don't give a shit how uncomfortable that makes you feel. We're out of time. My world is destroyed. My southern heritage and world destroyed because you all don't feel good in the sewing circle, or because you're over there hating on non-white people on the basis of their birth. You are all garbage. I've been right all along, and this guy is saying it. And what's going to come down? I'm not going to be happy if we get down to the nitty-gritty and the brass tacks, and the white race idly sits there, and they are taking over the country. They are taking over the country, and the white race just sits there, and I lose everything, and I'll be able to say I'm right. I'm not going to be happy with that. I'm not going to be happy with that. You know what? I might not even allow myself to get to that point. Because if it much worse, and you cucks and you schmucks, you become the target. I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to wait until every white child is getting butchered and raped, because you have a problem with being able to identify the problem. Absolutely disgusting. It's time to take it over. Well, let's jump over here. I was right. You all in the teeming millions and millions were wrong. I'm afraid that's how it works. There wasn't there wasn't use of electricity until a couple of white guys figured it out. Right? And all the rest said, no, can't be done. No, it's magic. No, can't be done. Well, let's have a look. I gotta point something out real quick. First of all, predating conservatism. Who's the father of conservatism? Does anybody know? It's Buckley. So there, I gave you the answer. William F. Buckley, creator of conservatism around the world. What a failure. We need to find his grave and, I don't know, maybe pour some of the most expensive wine that we can find on it after drinking it. Because William F. Buckley came along in the 1950s. By the way, what predated conservatism? There were plenty of conservative-esque elements in the United States and across the West. Buckley put it together. But what really predated Buckley putting conservatism together? Schmuckery, anti-non-white garbage. That predated it by forever. So everything I can say about the cuck losers right now is 1,000-fold the schmucks. Is 10,000-fold the schmucks. Any criticism I can give to the cucks right now is 10,000-fold for the schmucks. So William F. Buckley creates conservatism the world over. In the 1950s, let me read to you the intent here. Let me read to you. Conservatism in the 1950s. The founding and purpose was to establish and define and promote modern American conservatism in the 1950s. Did that work? I mean, it's 2026. We now have Representative Gene Woos in the United States saying, it's time to just come together. All of these privileged groups in America and just take over. It's time. So did Buckley and conservatism work? Why is it still pushed? Why are there still people that invest themselves in it? Why are there still people that will say to you, it's not about race. It's not about race. Why are there still people? In 1950! What did America or your Western country look like in 1950? So they established Cuck-servative bitchery in early 1950s. And now it's 2026. Has it worked? What does your country look like now? Does it look, cucks, I'm talking to you. Don't look away. Don't hide your eyes. Don't cover your ears. Has cuck-servatism worked? Do they bother to mention this to you at CPAC? Is anybody at CPAC intelligent enough to put two and two together? Wait a second. You know what? America 1950 was like a pretty rockin' place. And that's when we implemented this great resistance of conservatism to the problems we had in the 1950s. And now look at us. Representative Gene Woo is calling on all of the privileged groups, the persecuted groups, to come together to take over America. You could not have more evidence of failure. But this entity that Buckley created still exists, National Review. And this guy right here is the editor-in-chief, Rich Lowry. We're going to take a quick look at this video. I got to point out to you, in the body of National Review itself, you can see the failure of cuck-servatism, because the editor, the number 2 guy, is somebody called Ramesh Ponnuru. Ramesh Ponnuru. So the entity created in the early 1950s to protect 90% plus white America from the problems of the day, to protect our norms, to protect our standards, to protect our identity in the early 1950s, now has the number 2 guy, Ramesh Ponnuru, at that entity. In 2026, I think you could call this a failure. Let's hear from this clown right here, because he's talking about why can't we all agree that anti-white discrimination is wrong? Why can't we all agree that anti-white discrimination is wrong? Let's have a look. And this guy, can you tell this guy sits in the sewing circle? I mean, how pathetic is this? Ultimately, this kind of guy is in positions of power everywhere in the conservative movement because of women, because they feel comfortable and safe with him. I mean, let's just be honest. Let's just be honest. Guys, when they look at this, they're disgusted. When they look at this pussifaction that we have in front of us, we're disgusted. It's a rare guy that's going to look at this and say, I think that guy's got it right. And of course, you're going to have more and more of males saying that, because you have I saw some stats that the Zoomer males have their testosterone level is closer to the females in the 1970s than the males in the 1970s. You remember the 1970s and 80s when we all wore jean jackets and we all fought at the drop of a hat. We were masculine. No, in the Zoomer in the 2020s, they have a testosterone level more like the females in the 1970s. So you're going to have more and more guys that are going to look at these Lowrys and say, well, I feel pretty good with him. Snickering and laughing and giggling like a bunch of little girls. Let's listen to this sewing circle leader right now.
Here's an idea. Can we all agree that discrimination against white people is wrong?
So,
Well,
Chip, what makes you think that I'm going to let the whitest man that I have ever seen interview for our firm?
Hey everyone, I'm Rich Lowry of National Review, and a new article in the online publication Compact by a guy named Jacob Savage has got a lot of attention, and deservedly so. It makes the case that there has been...
Okay, come on. Honestly, this man has no dick. Anybody watch Ghostbusters? That scene is appropriate.
pervasive discrimination against white males, and this has remade the demographics of various industries and made it much harder for white males to succeed. Now,
let me just point out, let me give a big Promethean salute to everybody in this community, because this sewing circle prickless loser as the head of National Review would not be talking about anti-white anything if it weren't for this community. I want you to think for a moment about what I have given you, because with these tools, we have changed the world. The kind of billions and millions and scores of millions of dollars that have gone into National Review and otherwise attendant and afterbirth ideologies and ideological organizations associated with Cuck-servatism, hundreds of millions of dollars to push their slop. And we have moved them as impecunious advocates with tools that are as powerful as electricity relative to everyone who didn't have it. So you're welcome. Unbelievable. I got to suffer this. I got to suffer the woos of the world saying, well, we're coming for you now. And I've had the tools to defeat these people for decades.
This story has a lot of anecdotes. It also has a lot of data. Let's look at some of these eye-popping numbers first. Let's start by looking at the media. In 2021, new hires at Condé Nast, just 25% male and 49% white at the California Times.
Again, this is one of these, you could use this video if you want for evidence of anti-white, specifically anti-white male discrimination, which anti-whites and some vagues will say isn't happening because it doesn't happen in their media, entertainment media.
Times, just 39% male and 31% white. ProPublica, 66% women and 58% people of color. NPR, 78% of new hires, people of color. In 2024, 3/4 of the editorial hires at The Atlantic over the past year, women, 69% people of color. This shift is particularly prevalent regarding the pipeline of new talent coming into such institutions. Since 2020, only 7.7% of LA Times interns have been white men. Between 2018 and 2024, roughly 30 summer interns at the Washington Post.
And you don't even get to really appreciate how anti-white that really is until you simultaneously hold in your mind the size of the white population. How many white guys are they discriminating against in hiring and promotion and enrollment and etc.? It's not an equal number of all of these different groups. Appreciate that. That's something the math, when it's looking like this, just doesn't convey. There are far more white guys than these other groups. So it's not like a 1-for-1. They're discriminating against scores and scores, maybe even hundreds of white guys to get one non-white or one female or one whatever. Appreciate that.
2 or 3 were white men. 2018, New York Times replaced its summer internship with a year-long fellowship. Just 10% of these fellows have been white men. We see the same sort of picture in Hollywood with regard to academia, in medicine, tech. And we shouldn't be surprised because the leaders in these sectors told us basically what they were going to do. They didn't say explicitly that they were going to discriminate against white males, but they said they were going to.
In some cases they did, but in most cases they don't. The devious ones are never that stupid.
Emphasize diversity, by which they meant they were going to give an advantage to people with certain demographic characteristics over.
Look, he can't even say it.
That they were going to discriminate against white males, but they said they were going to emphasize diversity, by which they meant they were going to give an advantage to people with certain demographic characteristics.
You mean they were going to discriminate against a single group of people, white males,
over others. So most of these transactions are zero sum. So if you're hiring one person, you're not.
These losers, these cuck losers, are just trying to remain relevant because their audience is talking about the victimization of the white race because of us. They're not talking about the victimization of the white race because there are Jew haters out there. They're not talking about the victimization of the white race because there are black haters out there or Hispanic haters or Arab haters. They're talking about the victimization of the white race because of us.
Hiring someone else, promoting someone, you're not promoting the other person. And overwhelmingly, white males were on the losing end of these transactions. And Savage makes the case, I think, quite persuasively, that what happened.
So, and all they can do at National Review is review what somebody else. They can't assert these truths. They just have to bring it up and say, well, this person over here is making a reasonable case. That's how gelded and Claudine Gay they are.
Is that there were older white males that were grandfathered into positions of authority who were discriminating against other white males under the guise of DEI and social justice. So you had some older white males shutting out younger white males. Now,
yeah, and we see that all the time. They're anti-white. They're part of anti-whitism. They are selfish individualists, aren't they? They're a bunch of selfish individualists who are maintaining their career, increasing their salary and status and etc. at the expense of the white race, which their own white race. No problem. It never happens where a white guy is in a position of power at a company and says, I'm going to bring in a bunch of white guys like me. That never happens. But it does happen for other groups of people. We see it all the time.
Donald Trump, very broadly in the 2024 campaign, promised to address this phenomenon of anti-white discrimination, and he was treated scornfully for it in the media, mocked. The Washington Post, Trump aims to be fearless warrior for white advantage. The New Republic, if Donald Trump is elected to second term, his allies plan to end this country's longstanding oppression of a major marginalized group in America, white people.
See, they're ridiculing our victimization. That should infuriate you. That should absolutely infuriate you. And they're able to get away with the ridicule. Why? Because the population is living in the fiction of the anti-white narrative. That's why. That's why just a political approach, and this is even worse, not just a political approach, an appeal to law is absolutely feckless against anti-whitism. Even more of a joke, concluding, as the cucks and so many are, that a Trump 4-year regime could address in any fundamental or serious way the social morality of Western civilization. Are you kidding me? Are you absolute? That's why the anti-whites, that's why they're not fleeing. They know they still have this in the bag. There's no hope in hell that a presidential regime is going to be able to turn back with legalese the social morality of the West. This is why the politicians, this is why Trump, this is why so many others, if they want to make a lasting change, if they want to seriously prevent the undermining of the United States by anti-whiteism, they've got to be using these concepts. They've got to be promulgating and legitimizing the concepts of go free. The EEOC is going to take this on, is going to take that on, and it's going to be ground through red tape for another 3 years until Trump is out of office. And then somebody else is in there, and then they can pay off the people at the EEOC or pay off or get some sort of a small fine that they got to pay, and they go right back to the anti-white social morality of the West. Absolutely ridiculous.
People. Trumpism is increasingly organized, according to MSNBC, around the reactionary principle that whites are victims because of their race. This is a path to unraveling multicultural democracy. Now, implicit in a lot of these kind of pieces.
This is a path to unraveling multicultural democracy, so multiracial. We hope so. But Lowry, he doesn't hope so. Because you see, conservatism is a machine for loss. It's a machine to embrace the anti-whites' victories of 5 or 10 years prior. So multiracial democracy is held as a moral by National Review, by conservatives.
Sometimes actually explicit is the idea that white males deserve whatever they get. So first of all, let's stipulate discrimination is always wrong. Discrimination in America is always wrong. But then think about it. Why are we punishing white males today for something that, say, Lester Maddox, the notorious segregationist governor of Georgia?
Notorious governor of, what do you say, Georgia? Notorious. Segregation. You mean in the process of allowing non-white people to come into the schools that we built and filled with our knowledge, to come into the communities that we built, to come into the malls that we built, to come into the presence of and enjoy the norms that we create, the presence of Westernkind, that we didn't just turn it all over overnight, that it took place in stages. And so therefore, the guy is notorious. This is conservatism for you.
Did in the late 1960s. Maddox hasn't been governor of Georgia for more than 50 years.
Georgia. So this evil guy upheld some degree of segregation, some degree of not turning it all over to the non-whites. And so therefore, Rich Lowry and National Review, the nerve center of conservatism, still largely that's the case, concludes, well, he was evil for that. He was evil for that. And the white males, though, you can't hold them responsible for his racist evil, because these white males, they might be good anti-whites. Good, selfishly individualistic anti-whites. Isn't that right, Rich?
And passed away more than 20 years ago. So we're talking about white males, had nothing to do with Lester Maddox, had nothing to do with the system of racial oppression the United States had.
Had nothing to do with the system of racial oppression that the United States had. These are the cucks. It doesn't get clearer than this. We had Gene Wu, Representative Gene Wu of Texas, that couldn't been a better representative of anti-whiteism. And now we have Rich Lowry, who couldn't be a better representative of cuck-servatism.
For a very long time. And many of them probably have never even thought a discouraging thing about African Americans or a racist thing about minorities in this country. And you are punishing them just.
So they've never been immoral by the anti-white metric, by the anti-white measuring stick here. They've always been moral. They hate themselves for being white. They could never think anything negative of a non-white person, and yet you're still going to punish them for that? This is the leading edge of the defense. Now, do you know why 1950 America looks a lot better than 2026 America, or 1950 UK to 2026 UK, and on and on? Now, do you know why? Because these are the defenders.
Just for the fact that they are white males and white males did bad things in the past, or there's a system that favored white males. Again, that none of these guys had anything to do.
A system that favored us. We built the fucking system, you little bitch. It's our system. I would love to see this guy in person. I would slap the shit out of him. Yeah, I wouldn't punch him, because that would be like punching a little girl. But I would slap the living shit out of him. And I would hold his collar in one hand so that I would be able to hold him up when he wanted to go to the ground.
To do with. And by the way, even in the bad old days, there are a lot of good white males. Abraham Lincoln, white.
Even in the bad old days, there were good white people as measured by the anti-white metric, like Abraham Lincoln.
Male. So this is collective punishment that is deeply unjust and illiberal. And then,
illiberal. So if the problem is identified as being illiberal, then the opposite is to be good, which is to be liberal. Now, do you know why conservatism has done what we see to the West? The anti-whites are always going to want to victimize us. It's the so-called defenders and the people who control the defense that are the real enemy of the white race. Anti-whites are our victimizers. Those who supplant us, those who prevent us from defending ourselves, like the rich Lowrys, they are the enemy of the white race.
Part of the justification for it, right, is we have to right the wrong that was done to African Americans. And there certainly was we have to deeply unjust and illiberal. And then, part of the justification for it, right, is we have to right the wrong that was done to African Americans. And
we have to right the wrong that was done to blacks. The wrong of allowing them to participate in the greatest civilization in the history of the world. We have to right the wrong that was done to them.
There certainly was a deep wrong done to African Americans. But what we're talking about here is a sweeping, racialized, identitarian policy where you're favoring.
Completely just legitimize the totality of the anti-white narrative. And now, as is typically the case, Cuck-servatives come in with their anti-whiteism, and they say, hey, anti-whiteism is true, it's real, it's legitimate. The social morality is anti-white, and it should be. And I am moral by the anti-white metric for measuring morality. I just have one little objection. Can you entertain my one little objection? This is how Aunt B talks. This is what appeals to the sewing circle. This is what's going to get the attention of so many girls of both sexes. These people cannot be our defense. We are so polite and so law-abiding and so moral in the white race that it's taking a really long time to deal with traitors like this. You know why it's such a problem in the Middle East to get a handle on controlling the Arabs in the Middle East? Because when their leaders conspire with others to their detriment, they kill them. So that's why it's so difficult.
Say an Indian American son or daughter of two Indian American doctors over a white male who might have come from Appalachia and struggled for absolutely everything and be the first person that's ever gone to college and had professional ambitions in his family. That makes no sense. And then finally, the U.S. Constitution is race neutral. These historic civil rights laws that...
Now remember, in 1950, they were making that same argument. In 1950, 50, same argument in place. The law is blind to, first of all, it's not blind at all to race. It's very anti-white. And you can find the anti-whiteism throughout our law all over. But this is this flaccid appeal to law and order and the laws on the books, and it should be interpreted this way. They've been saying that since 1950. It's 2026. Has that argument worked? Cuck losers. Has it worked?
Passed in the 60s were race neutral. So a lot of this stuff is illegal or certainly runs against the spirit.
Isn't that fascinating? It's illegal, and yet it happens, Rich. It's illegal, and yet tens of millions of white guys, tens and tens and tens of millions, I mean, hundreds of million, well over 100 million easily, since it started with so many of these laws in the United States, have been discriminated against, persecuted, etc. And it's been illegal, but it happens. So why are you still complaining that it's illegal? And it shouldn't be done. It shouldn't be. Who's this appeal to that it shouldn't be? When is that God going to descend and make it right? That doesn't happen. That's not how the Creator works, bitch.
Spirit of what is supposed to be our system of laws in the United States of America, which brings us to the EEOC. This is the agency whose mission is to combat workplace discrimination. Yet it has let this form of discrimination go on and build for years and years and years without doing anything significant about it. And all indications are, thankfully, this is now changing. Trump's appointee, Andrea.
So this Trump regime of 4 years is going to fix it all. What a joke.
Lucas is on the case. She tweeted in response to this Compact story. As chair of the EEOC, let me be clear, this is a story chock full of unlawful discrimination. There's no DEI exception to the bar on race and sex discrimination. We need courageous employees/applicants to speak up to help attack and remedy this misconduct. Good for her. And people do need to be encouraged to come forward, because this is another reason this has gone on for so long. It's very hard to stick your head above the parapet and say,
and why is it hard? Because the social morality of the West is anti-white.
White male, you've been discriminated against. You fear retaliation. You fear reputational harm. It's a big undertaking to sue an employer. It's hard to get typical private sector lawyers to take on these sort of cases. So you're relying on.
He's so delicate and genteel. And so therefore you should heed what he has to say. Look, he's got books behind him on a shelf. You should definitely listen to him. He clearly has no physicality whatsoever. So you should, it must mean that he's really smart and has the answers, right? White race.
Nonprofit organizations who do fantastic work, but there are limits to how many cases they themselves can take on. So it's really important to have Andrea Lucas there at the agency willing to take on this form of discrimination. Now, the reaction to Jacob Savage's essay has been rancid among some left-wing opinion makers. Here's the New York Times columnist Jamel Bowie. Let me suggest that the impulse that leads someone to run to Compact magazine to complain about DEI, they took my job, probably does more to explain professional failure than DEI. This is a move the left often makes. They'll say, on the one hand, we need discrimination to make up for past discrimination. Then on the other hand, they say, oh, but we're not discriminating. And if you think you've been discriminated against, you're sorely mistaken. And it's just that you have no talent and you don't have what it takes to succeed. So take that, Jacob Savage, who writes in this piece how he's seen his career blighted by this sort of discrimination. And he talks to all sorts of other people who have similar stories. So how about this concept? Let's just hire and fire and promote people based on merit. Let's not.
So here we go again. Since the 1950s, this has been the argument. How about this? How about this? And then all the girls in the sewing circle of both sexes are like, yeah, how about that? You got him with that one. Richie, you got him with that one. How about we just do it on merit? How about it? Yeah, Rich, you got him. You got him real good. You've been getting them real good at National Review since 1950s. Bitch. And then, of course, he loves this is what the leftists do all the time, is they say, on one hand, we've got to discriminate against you because of how evil you are. And then on the other hand, you weren't discriminated against. You just have no talent. You loved implying the hypocrisy there, didn't you, Rich? There's no hypocrisy, dum-dum. Dum-dum. Both arguments lead to anti-white outcomes.
Not discriminate against anyone, no matter what their race, their ethnicity, their gender, their faith. That would be a policy.
Their gender, too.
And an approach that would be in keeping with the best of the American way. It would be just, and it would be...
You know, this guy's got a 6-figure salary, and you know I make nothing. That's the justice. That's the justice that we have here in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump on over to the quick news and laughs. And please share that we are here today because we got people who are actual cucks that must be actual cucks that show up every now and again because they're watching the football game.
Federal agents have just raided a second illegal biolab on U.S. soil, and this one was hidden in a Las Vegas garage, directly linked to the infamous Reedley, California lab exposed back in 2023. And both facilities are tied to Chinese national Jia Beizhu.
So another Asian, another Chinese biolab, otherwise known as Panda Express.
Who's now facing federal charges for trafficking misbranded medical devices and running unauthorized laboratories that stored infectious disease samples. The Las Vegas home, owned by Zhu's shell company, housed vials of unknown substances, firearms, and a freezer of biological material so concerning hazmat teams were called in. One house cleaner says she became deathly ill after entering the garage. Authorities believe this operation may be part of a broader network with ties to the Zhu and his fugitive partner allegedly funneled Chinese money into fake U.S. companies to operate under the radar. Prosecutors say Zhu tried to use the Las Vegas property as collateral to get out of jail and flee the country, just like his partner, who vanished to China. As testing continues, national security and public health officials are on high alert, while Congressman Kevin Kiley warns that more secret labs may be out there.
Nice. That's the multiracial democracy that Rich Lowry and Ramesh Punoru celebrate at National Review. Take a look at this. We're going to be talking about Sarah Stock. Here was Sarah Stock before she became a trad content creator. Look at her here. She's actually a brunette. I see her mouth is open with her tongue out. That's pretty appropriate. Here's, of course, what she became. And so many out there, maybe some of you need to pay me an apology for criticizing me on criticizing her. So many folks said, no, what exactly is it you don't like about her? She's the real deal. Yeah, I agree with you, Jason, that there are a lot of hoes out there that are just fakes. But Sarah Stock, she's the real deal. You owe me an apology, motherfucker. And here she is saying she's such a good girl. She even wears a headscarf when she goes to church.
I'll like wear a veil to church.
Oh, she wears a veil at church. What a joke. Everything on the right on the internet, from Big Con Inc. down through the alternative garbage, the taboo grifters that make their appeals on socio-political subject matter, the trad Catholics and Christian nationalists, it's all fake. Time to open your eyes. If it's not go free, it's go to hell. Take a look at this. A white guy who's anti-white with signs all over his truck that is anti-ICE, anti-white. They attack him. And what would be the reason? Well, look at that. They threw a water bottle, almost hit him right in the face. They're throwing dildos at him. They're sticking them to the vehicle. What do you see that's happening? He's a white male. You know what Wu was just talking about? If you're white, you can't be anti-white enough. He yells, I'm on your effing side. It doesn't matter. Anti-whitism will devour you. Oh, I love this. This dog thinks all these people doing yoga are just scratching their back, so he joins in. That's funny as hell. He's like, I'm getting in on some back scratches too. When your anti-white neighbor hates your Trump flag. Check this out. He's driving by. He gives you the middle finger. Fuck you. Oh, no, you hit the parked car. And you heard a crow laughing in the background. Took the real wheel off it. Yes, got what you deserve, loser. Oh, look at this. Another one of these brain surgeons that snuck into the country during the Biden administration. Let's see. Killed an innocent father during a Southern California police chase. Doesn't he? I mean, that's your American right there. Just ask Rich Lowry. We are multiracial democracy. Hey, you got to love this. In Virginia this past week, a kangaroo was captured by law enforcement. And I just want to say, where is the thunder down under? Or Bear and White? They need to come get their kangaroo out of Virginia. This is not right at all. This is touching. This man and his love for his little dog that has recently died. I wanted to include it.
Well, it's Monday. A week ago today, 3:45 in the morning, I'm fast asleep upstairs. And the dog, my old blind dog, who's almost 14, she can't even hear very well. She's poking away at me, wakes me up. I figure she has to go out to the bathroom. I get halfway down the stairs. I smell natural gas and I smell burning. When I get down here, the hood of the furnace, everything red hot. There's exhaust flying out everywhere. And everything in here, absolutely red hot. There's even some damage. I shut off the breaker, went upstairs, put on an electric heater, and we were able to get the gas fitter out that day to fix the furnace. So it's 3:45 a.m. Monday morning. And 4 days later, almost exactly, 96 hours, my little dog Molly passed away. I'd like to thank everybody for all the condolences and messages. And it's tough to make this video, but I wanted to, because the last thing she may have done may have saved the house, may have saved me. And I think it's important. Thanks again for all the condolences. And I sure appreciate that little dog.
Feel for that guy.
Hi, how are you? Sorry if I just woke you.
All right.
I'm Finn, and I'm with the Migrants for Equal Rights, or the MFers, and we're just going around trying to collect some signatures. I'm not sure if you're aware, but ICE has been going around terrorizing a lot of people in the community.
Yeah, it's been terrible.
So there's a lot of people that are locked up right now, and we're just trying to get them released. So is that something you might be willing to lend your signature to?
Yeah, sure, I'll sign.
Awesome. If you could just sign right there where it says MFers.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. So we're actually a foundation that was created by Billie Eilish. And that's why I'm documenting this today, because we're going to make a film about it. So eventually these people, once they're released, they will need a place to go. Obviously, they can't go to Billy's neighborhood because it's gated and they have rules there. So usually we just bus them to middle to low income neighborhoods. So I just wanted to confirm with you it was all right if we bring them all here once they're released.
No. I don't think that would be a good idea.
Why wouldn't it?
Well, I can't make those kind of decisions. We have an HOA and
you have rules with an
we have
HOA?
I'm sure they wouldn't be okay with that.
But don't we have rules at the border?
Yeah.
So you're okay with them just flooding over the border and ignoring those rules, but you want them to obey your HOA's rules?
Well, I mean, I just can't make those decisions, but I don't think that sounds
But you can
right.
make a decision to abolish ICE and to release all these people like you're just about to do? Doesn't that seem a little hypocritical?
Yeah, I guess it does.
So
yeah.
you don't want rules, or you do want rules for these people?
I'm just saying I can't make that decision.
Okay, so
yeah.
maybe they shouldn't break rules, period.
So they should all be released. They should all be, but don't bring them here.
That's something we can agree on.
Yeah.
And maybe it's disrespectful to legal immigrants that are trying to do it the right way.
No, we don't want the legal ones that are doing it the right way either.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Can I get you to take those signs down that you have? The no ICE
Look at this anti-white garbage.
in the FDT?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you don't believe it, so.
He's taking the signs down. I love it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, I have one last question for you. What does an ICE agent say when you ask how their job's going?
What?
Pretty good.
Watch the anti-white's face. He's like, oh, he closes his eyes. He's like, oh, shit. Yeah, release them all. I'll sign that petition right now. Bring them here. No, I don't want any part of that. Take a look at this. Breaking: 4 individuals arrested in Massachusetts for stealing more than $1 million in food stamps using 115 stolen identities. Yeah, Rich Lowry, we don't want a multiracial democracy. These individuals are from Venezuela and where else does it say here? Central South American countries. I'm not going to ask you again. What in the hell is in your mouth? We all have had this happen with our dogs. Middle schoolers in Utah staged a walkout to protest ICE. They threw stuff at cars, vandalized buses, and protested through streets. Schools are turning your kids into leftists, you mean anti-white activists. Look at this. A white truck is just driving by, and they threw shit at it and hit it. This is 3.5 minutes of them marching through businesses, attacking people, throwing things at vehicles. Middle schoolers, 11 to 13 years of age. This is the multiracial democracy that the Cuck-servatives and National Review want. What Ramesh Ponnuru wants. Look at this. Crowding up around the cars so the cars can't drive. Anti-whiteism. Let's give it up for stop anti-whiteism. By the metric of the anti-white immoral imperative, it is moral to white erase a city built by white men. It is moral to white erase a city still funded by white males, still kept going by white males. All of these cities would disappear overnight if we didn't perpetually prop them up. Yeah. Adopt the 6 key concepts. Oh, this is pretty good here. This is pretty good. The gynecologist said, hey, you can change behind the screen for greater privacy. Also, 5 minutes later, this is the gynecologist. Yeah, get behind. Get behind that screen for privacy. 5 minutes later. Hey, you know what I think? This is probably the video camera from Sarah Stock's visit. Look at this. This dog sniffs out bed bugs and then gives a very happy signal. But the thing I wanted to point out, this is the library that the dog is finding bed bugs everywhere. Be careful. The West used to not be like this. Take a look at this. Here's another healthcare worker showing the anti-white flag on the badge. Sickening. Your healthcare workers, it's full of radical anti-whites. And you can't ask for a different treatment. Oh, you got to love this. This is the expectation versus the reality, ladies and gentlemen. We can't play that music, though. Look at this. Woo! They're having fun, aren't they? Yeah. Oh, look at that. Wow. Okay. Nice. Wow, this looks like it's a lot of fun. Great exercise, huh? We're on the spring. What's it look like in the real world, though? Oh, it looks like that. Oh, look at these hogs. Look at these hogs trying to swing on these springs. Yep, I'm afraid they don't look like this in the real world. It's 1810, and your wife just died of tuberculosis. Your wife's sister. We might have watched this one before, or I told you about it, but I love it. Look at that. She's like, yeah, she's gone. Here I am. We need to go back to those days. Oh, this guy's hilarious. He's dragging himself up like his legs don't work and yelling and speaking in Spanish as well. Oh, wait.
Enséñame cómo lavar mi culito.
Teach me how to wash my ass.
¿Hay películas en español?
Oh my God. Women have killed more than 1.3 billion babies due to abortions since 1980. Men have killed 1 billion in all of human history. Let that sink in. Wow, I guess they're just the gentler, fairer, kinder sex, aren't they?
Last love interest, such a doll. And I mean that because I would blow her up every night and she really took my breath away. I mean that because of the asthma. And one night we were rolling around together, and I don't want to brag, but I popped her. They don't call me needlick for nothing, I'll tell you that right now. Happy ending, she's on the patch, and sometimes I fill her up with helium so she plays hard to get, which is kind of fun. Little sad news. A couple months ago, the U.S. military shot her down over Montana. Made sense. She had a tramp stamp that said "Made in China," so I get it. But still, very sad.
Very sad. I don't always sit on the couch, but when I do, I make sure I sit in your spot. This is so true. Whether you got a rabbit, a cat, or a dog, they find your spot and they sit there. Oh, look at this one. She costs a lot of cows because of how beautiful and tall she is.
Your country is very tall. This is having
80 cows for this one.
80 cows because she's tall and beautiful.
Because she's tall and beautiful.
Yeah, and
oh yeah, look at that. I swear, to each his own. But if it were just me and her left on planet Earth, it would end up being just me, because I am not breeding that thing. Wow.
News in North Carolina, the governor has just signed into effect the redistricting bill, which will eliminate 4 Democrat seats, leaving the majority 10-1 Republican to Democrat. The Democrats are furious, saying that this will disenfranchise 48% of the state, which is registered Democrat. Wait, I'm sorry, I got it messed up. That's actually Democrat Governor Abigail Spanberger of Virginia, who just signed the redistricting bill that eliminates 4 House Republican seats and leaves the majority 10 Democrat, 1 Republican in a state that is 48% Republican.
Listen to this garbage, anti-white garbage laughing. Virginia is absolutely done. 10-1, and the state is half Republican. 10-1 representation.
She's laughing about it. She is now told half of the state that she governs that their vote doesn't matter to her, and she's laughing about it. You guys remember when Republican governors?
Yep. Oh, this is a grenade thrown into a beauty salon in Paris. Hey, Rich, this is multiracial democracy. There it was going off. It's not the West anymore. Why? Because we've had the cucks and the schmucks defending the white race. That's why. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have this. Give it up for Stop Antiwhitism. Yeah. Let's rock.
Well, something through the party being my hand. Lights spinning wild, band rocking the stand. Laughing with folks who look just like me. Feeling that vibe, man, it's setting me free. Oh yeah, tonight I'm seeing it clear. Around my people, no doubt, no fear. I just wanna be free, that's all I need. Anti-white scheme and planting their seed. Wanna win big, reclaim my faith. At this drunk bash, it's never too late. They wanted me quiet, head hanging low, sipping their Kool-Aid, going with the flow. But here in the crowd, with Ken by my side, I get it now, their whole game's a lie. Funny how the bottle flips a switch in my head. No more the puppet, I'm done playing dead. Oh yeah, tonight I'm seeing it clear. Around my people, cheers with my beer. I just wanna be free, that's all I crave. Anti-white's pushing, but I'm riding away. Wanna win big, grab our destiny tight. At this wild party, we're on in the night. Yeah, pass me another, let's raise up high. Toast to the only one standing for our children tonight. Anti-white's losing ground. Here's to the fight.
Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen. We're going free. It's Church of the West, and you are in the right place because we are the ones who are changing the world. If you would like to financially gift me while you are here today, You can do so at the app that permits cash. You can do so at Subscribestar. You could do so at Entropy, the Dude Bro Moment platform. You could do so at Premium Rumble, and you could do so at D Live. All of those options are available in the description of the YouTube videos, ladies and gentlemen. You can also find them at nowhiteguilt.org. Check it out, check it out, check it out. nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com, also an option for you in search of books with signatures and so much more. If you would like to reach out and get my attention while we're here today, you could do so right as you were just seeing on X. I was putting those banners on the screen of the people who had already reposted and had some comments that they wanted to share. Go ahead and jump on over there, repost, retweet, quote tweet. Make sure you promulgate its epic swashing of the House of Swash to get out this Church of the West to as many people as possible, especially on this, the day of the Slop Bowl, ladies and gentlemen. We want everybody to be over here during the Slop Bowl instead. Be with us. Be with us. To hell with the NFL. Be with us. Skip the Slop Bowl. Hey, actually take note of the people who are that you normally or often see here that aren't here today, because they're cucks. They're watching the Slop Bowl. Oh, they'll try to say that it was something else, but they're losers. Just keep mind of that. They're watching the Slop Bowl. They're the losers. And there's no forgiveness for that. You can also donate to the work that we do here, an all-white positive work at the premier institution in service to white well-being. That is the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. It's a 501c3. Check it out. Get yourself a tax break on a donation to the white positive work that we and others are doing, like the great Dean Danger of Church of the West. So check that out as soon as you possibly can. We're looking for you to get involved. Become an activist in service to white well-being. As you can see, we have what works, and we demonstrate regularly that everybody else has what fails. Why do we do that? Because we're at a time. There's no more time to be polite to all of these other white losers, especially the white grifters, the white liars. They're not part of our family. They're the people that we would throw out first as soon as we come to power. So their names are written down. Their entities are written down. We're getting rid of you because you are the reason why so many white children have been harmed, raped, maimed, murdered, convinced to hate themselves and our people, brainwashed to the point of no recovery. Zoomers, and can you imagine Generation Alpha and Beta, the kind of testosterone levels they're going to have? These people are practically eunuchs from birth. Come to the defense of our people. We want you here in service to white well-being. Adopt the 6 key concepts like antiwhitism is arguing in his epic swashing. Adopt the 6 key concepts at a minimum. Promulgate those in all of your circles of influence, and you'll be doing what needs to be done to recapture your life and all of the lives of your brothers and sisters, our brothers and sisters around you, which will in turn percolate throughout the totality of the West and recapture all that we have lost as a consequence of the cucks and the schmucks being the defense against our victimization. Don't wait another day. We're running out of time. So great to see you all. We're going to jump into a topic that is near and dear to me, and that is the taboo grifting. Now, we watched from the very beginning when people were coming onto the internet, the bar for access and participation kept getting lower and lower, and folks were able to, different platforms had the means to carry all of these audiences. And we watched as people came in, and they were liars. They were cheats. They were finagling. They were coming in to manipulate audiences to bring themselves wealth, power, aggrandizement, and yes, sex partners, even when those content creators were female. And we've had nothing but hardship and heartache and challenges dealing with these people because they get into people's feeds. They get into their faces. People end up falling for the bandwagon effect, social proof, and they think they must have something powerful or enlightening or to say, or they're right or what have you. And so they'll head on over there They have occupied the attention of millions of people who should be coming to go free, should be using what's right. They've occupied their attention with, of course, whatever they needed to say, these content creators, these taboo grifters, whatever they needed to say to give these people the drug of their choice, whatever that might be. It might be criticizing of women. It might be criticizing of Jews. It might be criticizing of blacks, whatever it is. They've occupied them for their personal enrichment rather than the redemption of Westernkind so that we could end our victimization. That's what taboo grifters are, ladies and gentlemen. And we see time and again, we broke down Lauren Southern and her revelation that I was completely right and leaders in this community were completely right, that there are these entities behind the scenes. Not only do you have the taboo grifters working for their own enrichment, empowerment, and etc. Not only do you have that going on, but you also have entities in the background that are picking winners and losers, that are working as agents, that are working as financiers, that are, seriously, we see the kind of money. People like Ruben, who's a nobody. I mean, this guy could not be more vapid in his content, in his takes, etc. But here you have only one of these behind the scene entities, only one paying him $5 million, Dave Rubin, $5 million. We saw others, of course, Tim Pool caught up in only one that we were able to see, get a peek behind the curtain at, $1 million there. And of course, there are not going to be just one. There are going to be tons of these people. These are not folks who are in some little impoverished basement with a little studio that, well, maybe some of them are in a basement, but some little studio, and there's no money involved and there's no popularization of their content. There's no inner connectivity. No, these are people that have the same connectivity as anyone in Hollywood. These are the people with the same kind of agents and organizations, except on top of that, because of socio-political, you have rampant involvement by NGOs, foreign governments, the government of the United States, governments of Canada, the governments of the UK, etc., all involved, everybody getting involved behind the scenes to manipulate thought. And what do these entities not want people to know? They don't want people to know Westernkind. They don't want us to know that what will work. There is no promulgation behind the scenes, no efforts behind the scenes, no organizing behind the scenes to promulgate the tools that work. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Because those in power, anti-whites that are running the show, anti-white oligarchs and anti-whites at every single tier all the way down, they don't want to empower white people. So they're not going to allow it. They're going to shadow ban us. They're going to glitch ban us. They're not going to allow us to speak to the masses. And they're most certainly not going to tell the masses in CIA organs like Newsweek and Rolling Stone and etc. that, hey, the real defense against us is the no white guilt guy in that community there, because they don't want anybody looking here. Because we are the legitimate defense. We are the people with the tools that actually work. Instead, they're going to direct your eyes everywhere else. And what do we end up having so often? All the time, 100% of the time. They're all fake. Nobody come to me ever again and say, this one is good. Yeah, I agree with you, Jason, about all these others, but this one is good. I've had that so many times. Where people come to me, I criticize, and Sarah Stock is one of those. Sarah Stock is one of those individuals. There's another one that looks very much like her. I criticize. They show up out of nowhere. They're nothings. My IQ is very high. I can tell by the way you put a sentence together roughly what your IQ is. I don't need to see IQ scores. I definitely don't need to see your testing scores at university. Don't care. Don't need to see that. I can figure out by how you construct your thoughts. It's not necessarily the words or word choice. You don't have to use highfalutin words. That doesn't trick me. It's how you construct thought in your sentences. I can tell. And so I could tell right away that Sarah Stock was very midwit, probably 95 IQ. And I'm not saying that to like dunk on her or anything like that. She's probably about 95 IQ, give or take a couple of points, probably in the negative direction. So she wasn't bright. She was just another female that showed up. It's endless. Another female that showed up and immediately, maybe, you could speculate, we could talk. Did she show up and was she already hired? Did she already have a team of people working behind her? Or did she show up and they identified her and said, okay, let's get behind this 95 IQ imbecile and we'll push her. We'll make money off her. We'll get our ideology, whatever it is that we're pushing. We'll be able to push through her, whatever it is. And she jumped onto the bandwagon of the trad Catholic grift. She's another taboo grifter, specifically the trad cath grift. These people are all fake, 100% fake. Don't tell me anybody is real. The only thing that makes anything you see real on the internet is your ability to take it from the internet into your real world and use it successfully. If you can't use it successfully in your real world, it's fake. You are the money to the grifter. It doesn't matter if they're saying things that you like. You are the money to that grifter. You in the seat, bringing more people by you being in the seat, bringing more people by you commenting, bringing more people by you reposting and retweeting and lauding these people. You are the money. You are the money if you're a pay cuck and you're giving them money. You're the money if you're a pay cuck buying their merch, giving them money directly. You are the money to them. You are the aggrandizement to them. You are the sexual partners to them. They're all fake. So Sarah Stock is a great example because I came out and I said, this female is an idiot. She's low IQ. She's going to take things that guys have said in the past, in the present. She's going to say them on her channels, and her popularity is going to skyrocket. Why? Because number one, so many females are going to follow her. Why? Because they have vaginal loyalty. They're not going to follow as many of the guys. They'll follow the females for vaginal loyalty. Advertisers know this stuff. You all look at me like, are you sure? Shut the fuck up. Yes, I'm sure. I studied this shit. Yes, I'm sure. Then you're going to have a ton of guys that are going to follow them because they can't get any attention from females and they want to fantasize that there's some sort of relationship there. They want to be able to see a pretty face again. Folks, guys, I got to tell you, the internet is full of porn. It's full of near porn. It's full of hot girls everywhere. More and more, there are AI girls that are hotter than any real girl. Okay? You don't need to ever follow any of them. You don't need to ever see anyone ever again. You could go the rest of your life with a brand new to you, 10 hot girls every day. Don't follow them. If you are following them now, unfollow them. The only reason that if you are an activist for white well-being, that somebody like a Sarah Stock should be on your alerts or whatever is because you can use this bitch's audience to spread white well-being. So if you are following somebody like a Sarah Stock and you have the alerts on so that every time she tweets or posts, you can get in there immediately to get the 6 key concepts and so much more in the website to her audience, then that's a completely laudable, legitimate use of that. You are using them. They are not using you. That's the difference. But if you're just following them, if you're not swashing on them, if you're not trying to change the language they use or get to their audience and promulgate the 6 key concepts, the website, and so much more, if you're not doing that, you just follow them. In the follow, right, immediately unfollow. It's all fake. You never have to hear what they say ever again. And if you're a guy looking for a pretty face, bosom, or rear, then just know you can turn on the internet and see 10 new hot girls every single day. You don't need to go back to the Sarah Stocks. You don't need to see them again. But she was one of them that I had a bunch of people come back to me and say, she's a real one. She is absolutely She's no fake, Jay. She's no fraud, Jason. She's real. She's the real. She's not a charlatan. How do you know? How do you know? Well, they didn't know. And she wasn't. She was a whore. She was a lying whore. She lied to the Pope's face. She was a stanking, nasty whore. She was a show. And so many people fell for it. Now, if you fell for it, learn from it. You don't have to hate on yourself, but learn from it. What did you miss? What didn't you see? What did you see that misled you? So what actually happened? Well, Milo Yiannopoulos ended up revealing, and others have since been accumulating data, other writers, and we're going to take a look at it, accumulating data. But Milo was the first to reveal, as I understand, that Elijah Schaffer, another magnificent fraud that so many people followed, a lieutenant of Bubble Boy, a lieutenant of Bubble Boy, who, by the way, viscerally hated being the lieutenant of Bubble Boy. He wanted to be and of course he did. Of course he wanted to be the Bubble Boy because it was all about the money, the aggrandizement, the sex partners, etc. Because that's all that matters to these people. So who is Elijah Schaffer? Well, a brief history. He described himself as a twink, which when he was a younger man, he was enjoyed being sexed up by older men, particularly when he was a camp counselor. As I understand, I'm sure he's very litigious now that he has burned through millions of dollars that were given him by financiers for these different businesses of grift that he had going on the right wing. These people, I've got to say, these people are the Temu Hollywood. That's what they are. They're just the Temu Hollywood. They're less good looking. They're not as good looking as the people you find in Hollywood. They're less talented, but they're just as guttural garbage. They're just as abject as the people in Hollywood. There's no difference aside from lacking the talent, lacking the voice, lacking the looks, lacking the ability to act, lacking the ability to joke, etc. This is Temu Hollywood. That's what you got on the right wing now. Temu Hollywood. What a joke. So this guy said, as I understand it, as reported by others, so check it out for yourself. It's just like the quick news. I give you what other people are reporting, and you can go look into it for yourself. I'm not passing judgment or on how true or false any of it is. So as the story goes, told by others, the claim was that Schaffer said about himself that he was a twink. He said he was a twink. He was into homosexuality. And interestingly enough, when he was involved in being the camp counselor and at church, Benny Johnson was attending the same church with him. Isn't that interesting? Benny Johnson. How is it that these people are all connected? Just like the people in the alternative right wing and the people in Big Con Inc. are all connected the exact same way that you see the exact same connections in the radical anti-white left. So it's like the anti-white right and the anti-white left, they all rub elbows. They all know each other. They all hang out. They all have these histories. See, it's very strange. But according to the story, Schaffer left the church when he was literally caught having sex with another man. And then he bailed at the church. He made a splash for himself on social media during the George Floyd thing and everything. And then Glenn Beck decided that he could make some money off of him. So Glenn Beck, part of Big Con Inc., but then, headed off into maybe like more of the alternative sphere and headed out into with the Blaze, it's called, and hired this clown. Well, it wasn't long before he got into some deep trouble with touching and comments and everything with females who also worked at the Blaze. And also a lot of problems that he had with a co-host by the name of Sidney Watson. Another weird connection. They're all connected. They're all this interconnectedness. And so he ended up being fired because he was a sex pest, as we like to say in the United Kingdom, with his female staffers. This guy just seems like he can't get enough. The entire time, rumors and evidence and etc. claimed evidence about rampant alcoholism, drug use, illegal and legal, so pharmaceuticals as well, by way of this guy, stand-up conservative bro. You know what I mean? Another big leader, another guy everybody should follow on the right wing. This is always, you pull back the curtain a little bit, and it's this vile, wretched den of anti-white, just sex demons and drugs and everything. Well. He also was fired because there was a lawsuit by Sidney Watson for sexual harassment and etc., as well as this other unnamed woman. So he ended up leaving there. But for some reason, there were donors in Cuck sphere, an alternative right-wing sphere that wanted to throw more money at this guy. So he kept getting more gigs. He kept being able to start up the business again. He decides at that point, he is going to become the Christian trad family man. The Christian trad family man. And he starts a family. And everybody buys it? Are you joking? What is wrong with you, white race? Are you joking? Everybody buys it. But Jason, he wouldn't fake a family. Well, has 2 kids with this woman, Kezia. I think he calls her Kezia. By the by, we swashed on him real hard to get me on his show at one point. We had people who were just every day going after, have no white guilt, have no white guilt on, have no white guilt. And he finally agreed to have me on. He had me on for a little show. And then after the show, deleted the episodes. I couldn't find the episode on any of his platforms. If it's out there, if you can find it, let me know. But he had me on and then deleted it. By the way, I probably didn't tell you, just before the show, he introduced me to Kezia. She stepped onto the camera for a moment. And he said, hey, he told Kez to come over. He's like, come over. Say hello to No White Guilt. So she came over and she said hi to me. And then she left. She was headed off somewhere. And I said hello. You know what struck me there? And maybe it was all just me. Were you ever the good kid with a friend when you were young and they introduced you to their mom? And they had like a sort of energy about it. They really wanted mom to know that they were hanging out with you because you were the good kid. You were known to be the good kid. That was the kind of energy that I was feeling. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but that's the kind of energy that I was feeling in the interaction. Hey, come say hello to the No White Guilt Jason guy. She's walking out the door. I'm hanging out with this guy. The guy who's totally legit, etc., living decades for white well-being, putting the well-being of our people ahead of himself endlessly. Now, maybe I misread. But what's not to misread is that the conversation that we had disappeared. It went into the memory hole. I can't find it. I mean, I have it. I downloaded it, but it was gone. Does everybody remember that? Other people have done that too with us. It's curious, isn't it? It's curious why so many of these taboo grifters, when they've finally been encouraged enough to speak with us, they then literally get rid of the video. Why would that happen? Really odd. But I got to say, the distance feels good, feels real good. The distance is an insulation against the kind of people that these folks actually are, because they're garbage. None of them are genuine. So he starts this this endeavor, heads over to CPAC last year, and he gets to meet Sarah Stock. And on the very first night, Sarah Stock, she's online. Her popularity is skyrocketing. She blew by me in popularity so fast, it was like a gynecological hurricane. It was like category 6, hundreds of mile-an-hour winds. She blew by me. Follower counts just spinning wildly. Nothing of value to say. Nothing of value to say whatsoever. You remember, she went on to a conversation on the platform was called Jubilee, or not platform, but the show was called Jubilee. Do you remember this? We covered it. And she debated an anti-white guy called Cedar, like Sam Cedar or something like that was his name. And everyone was blowing up with how brilliant she was. Everyone was talking about how much of a genius she was because she dunked on this Sam Cedar guy. Remember this? She was so genius, so pure, so real. And do you remember what she told him? She said that she was proudly a xenophobe and we need to all be xenophobic. I wonder how many of these people, certainly a bunch of these people who were celebrating her as genius were real, but I wonder how many fraudulent accounts were provided by her handlers. I wonder how many people behind, how many bot accounts supporting her, creating that bandwagon effect and that movement online were provided by her handlers. Do you remember something interesting she shared? I told you a couple weeks later. She was in an interview, Sarah Stock, and was asked, how did you even get on Jubilee? And she said her people got her onto the casting list. The what? The what? I thought you were some girl who just decided to speak out against what's going on in Canada, America, and the West. Casting list? Your people? That's the verbiage of Hollywood. That's not a genuine content creator. So anyhow, this little slut meets Elijah Schaffer for the first time, a married man with 2 children, and screws him on night number 1. And on night number 2, she screws him. Now, this is what's being claimed, this is what's being shared, and it seems like there's quite a bit of truth to it in their responses. It's revealed, this information is revealed, and then Elijah Schaffer gets on X and tweets that his wife and children are missing, and he doesn't know what happened to them. And drugs are in his house, and the FBI planted them. And then, after people begin speculating that he murdered his wife and children in the midst of all this, he deletes those tweets, comes back and says, oh no, she left with the kids and she has divorced me now. She's divorced me now. And he's vowing revenge and all of this sort of business. Sarah decides she's going to leave the internet. Here's the best part, though. When she screwed the guy who would become her boss on night number 1 and night number 2, it was an affair with this married man. She effectively became the inamorata of Elijah Schaffer, the paramour of Elijah Schaffer. I wonder how many inamoratas, I don't know what the proper plural is of inamorata. I wonder how many he has. I understand there are quite a few in the conservative sphere. But also, I wonder how many inamoratos there are that are bedding down with Elijah Schaffer. On the bottom, on the top, I don't know. I don't even want to try to imagine. But while she got together with him, she was dating the guy that she would marry. Will Setka was his name, is his name. She was dating him. And she was telling the world she was pure, chaste, literally a virgin. Everywhere she went, She was telling everybody that she was a virgin, that she was pure, and that she wasn't going to have sex until she got married. It was a farce to bilk you out of money. From the start to the end, a farce. Just like Elijah Schaffer's conservative turning to Christianity, a farce. Christian nationalism has never been legitimate. It's always been a fraud, and it always will be a fraud. So these are your leaders. Well, she was telling poor Will Setka, we can't have sex until we get married. So you're going to have to get me engaged. You're going to have to put a ring on it. You're going to have to put a ring on it, and then we'll get married. Then we can have sex. While she's carrying on a 6-month-long affair with Elijah Schaffer. What a trad calf. So this little trad calf makes poor Will Setka wait. When they finally do, by the way, over that 6-month period, it's reported that she had several pregnancy scares with Elijah Schaffer and potentially 1 abortion. Hard to play virgin when you're pregnant. Not everybody's Mary, right? But I tell you what, half the internet would believe it. They're so dumb. What a skank, huh? Both of them. So when she finally does get a ring on it, you remember when she had the ring put on it? She took that picture, and there were people online. Some mocked the ring, some endorsed. They said it's a beautiful, wonderful thing. She's the real deal. Emily Saves America was the anti-white conservative slut who's another female content creator that everybody just fell in line with and started following. And she was at CPAC, supposedly banging around town. God, these people are disgusting. Oh, I got to tell you the best part. All over the internet right now, there are female content creators who are saying how disgusted they are with Sarah Stock. Guess what Sarah Stock and those same female content creators were saying about other female content creators when they did something immoral or something from their past was revealed that was objectionable? Oh, they all said, what a dirty skank. What an immoral slut. They're all immoral. All the ones right now that are saying that's revolting, they're doing the same thing. Open your eyes. So let's have a look. It's all fake, everybody. The online right has been shaken this week by a recording that suggests the far-right podcaster Elijah Schaffer, one of the biggest proponents of traditional or trad family values, has had an affair, even more scandalous. That affair was with his employee Sarah Stock, an e-girl, an influencer so ostensibly traditional that her marriage was blessed by the Pope himself. One MAGA figure has dubbed it the trad hoe scandal. Others have said it's proof you can never trust an e-girl. Many are starting to suspect that their trad heroes may not be trad after all. To understand how we got here, let's go back a bit. For much of the past decade, Schaffer's been a regular presence on the far-right conservative media scene as a podcaster, commentator, and in his latest incarnation, a CEO of the outlier Grift TV. Schaffer and various sidekicks would often discuss trad values, of which he, married in 2020 and now the father of 2 young children, was not just an outspoken supporter, but presumably an exemplar. A few months ago, Schaffer took a mysterious month-long absence from his live stream show on Rumble, the right-wing video platform. And when he returned last week on January 26, he looked rough. Schaffer admitted his face was unusually red. He blamed the lights in his studio and said he had developed a permanent black eye from crushing mental stress that, as he put it, would cause lesser men to commit suicide. Schaffer certainly had plenty to be stressed about. FBI Director Kash Patel's girlfriend is suing him for suggesting she's a Mossad agent. He claimed that people were trying to kill him. But unbeknownst to his listeners, something else was weighing on Schaffer. Despite being one of the digital right's most vocal boosters of traditional values, he had filed for divorce from his wife 4 days earlier, ditching his usual material aimed at whipping up hate toward Indian immigrants and Muslims. Schaffer instead used his anti-non-white Grift. Schaffer instead used his return show to launch into a baffling rant straight out of family court. He vowed that he would never give up his sons without a few shots fired. He told his viewers that he wasn't necessarily speaking metaphorically. Tough guy. I'm not going to go down without a fight, without you know, a few shots fired, Schaffer said. Figuratively, of course, we're saying, but physically too, if needed. Then Schaffer appeared to address his estranged wife. Mama Bear, F you, Schaffer said. What about Dad? Don't F with me. Don't F with my kids. Don't F with my income. Don't F with my ability to take care of my kids. I will F you up. The monologue grew stranger. Schaffer urged his fans to learn from him and overcome their addictions, their thoughts of suicide, their impulse to commit criminal behavior, and their sexual proclivities. Still, he couldn't help but lament how far his star had fallen. I'd like to regrow and get back to where I was a couple of years ago, he said. Why wouldn't he? Schaffer once was a rising star on the right, not as a commentator on trad issues, but as an ad-libbing political loudmouth. His coverage of 2020 riots in the wake of George Floyd murder propelled him into a job hosting a popular show on Glenn Beck's network to play. Schaffer's boozy, racist, frat boy persona was a hit. And it seemed that not even asserting that Mormons, like his boss, Beck, would burn in hell could stop him. He literally was in Nancy Pelosi's office on January 6th and saw his stature grow because of it. But in 2022, Schaffer was fired from the Blaze after allegedly groping a co-worker. He also provoked another harassment lawsuit against the outlet from his female co-host. This was when he took his trad return. Schaffer emerged from the initial disgrace by becoming a vocal family man, touting his new wife, and children frequently on social media and shaming other influencers who didn't have strong marriages and households. It worked for a time, but apparently wasn't enough to stave off financial trouble for the Rift TV, an online channel Schaffer launched last May. The platform has seen its public staff list dwindle in the last few months. This job has destroyed me, and I'm not even very popular, Schaffer said during a January 28 show. Worse was to come. On Monday, Schaffer posted a bizarre video that showed him wandering around empty hotel conference rooms as they were flooded with water. No one believes that my life doesn't make sense right now, Schaffer said, seemingly in a daze, as water gushed from the ceiling and soaked his shoes. On Tuesday, Schaffer made strange ex-posts about his family being kidnapped and claimed the FBI was out to murder him, prompting worries on the right that he himself hurt or endangered his own family. In a mark of how twisted the online right has become, the far-right YouTuber Jean-François Guérepi, whose own family disappeared under mysterious circumstances in 2023 and was never found, wondered openly whether Schaffer was smart enough to murder his spouse without being discovered. Poor Elijah Guérepi asked, does he have the brains to get away with it? Fortunately, Schaffer's family members appeared to be safe, but the scandal engulfing him only grew wider. Right-wing provocator Milo Yiannopoulos posted recordings and transcripts on social media on Tuesday that he said raised questions about Schaffer's hypocrisy and mental instability. In one recording, a man that sounds very much like Schaffer supposedly talks about having a drinking problem. Another purports to feature Sarah Stock, who, for the last year, has been a political commentator, street interviewer, debater, and contributor for Rift TV. The recording captures part of the conversation between an unnamed man who is not Yiannopoulos and a woman, as she describes some sort of sexual relationship with Schaffer that began in the Conservative Political Action Committee conference, presumably 2025. The woman who Yiannopoulos claims is Sarah Stock says that she had a sexual encounter with Schaffer after he offered her Benadryl and shots of alcohol. Yiannopoulos is a notoriously shifty figure, says this writer, that said the same audio recordings were also sent to me, not from him. And while I have not been able to authenticate them, neither Schaffer nor Stock has directly denied them. On Wednesday, Stock did post on X that many of the claims about her were false, but she also apologized broadly for her actions. She wrote this: "A lot of what has been said about me is completely untrue. That being said, there are mistakes, unwise decisions I have made that I deeply regret. I apologize to everyone who has been scandalized by this. Please pray. Logging off for now." That is the trad Cath Ho way of saying, "You got me." She then deleted her X account entirely. Neither Schaffer nor Stock responded to requests for comment. Stock, who became a right-wing Catholic influencer after converting to the faith less than a year ago, gained some prominence online after she delivered a racist rant during a YouTube debate featuring liberal commentator, it is Sam Cedar. Since then, she has been a fierce opponent. Stock is also familiar figure to false flag readers because of the drama that started last year when she posted a picture of her engagement ring. Stock's alleged affair with Schaffer ended once she got engaged, according to the recordings. But on the MAGA right, the widely discussed episode has dented both her and Schaffer's images as strict moralists. In fact, brewing scandal has provoked what can only be described as an outpouring of schadenfreude. Both Schaffer and Stock have made many enemies on the online right, in part because of their vigorous moral policing. Much of the criticism has been directed at the pair has centered on the fact that Stock's apparent entered into the sexual relationship with a married man right before she decided to have her own marriage blessed by Pope Leo. The trad stuff is performative BS, declared MAGA influencer Emily Saves America, another whore. Let's see, moving forward. Let's see if there's anything else here that we haven't touched upon. Schaffer had also made numerous strange thirst trap style photos in recent months. In a November Instagram post captioned with a message about how much he loved his family. The photo showed him smoking an old-timey pipe while wearing an Orthodox Christian cross. But this was immediately followed by a steamy, shirtless selfie that cut off right above his groin. I'll spare you the actual image. Schaffer's downfall is just a personal Shakespearean tragedy. It isn't that. A modern adaptation set to the most idiotic corner of our hyper-online world. It also adds fodder to the right's ongoing civil war. Yiannopoulos, who plays a sort of mythic trickster role in MAGA media, hates white nationalist podcaster Nick Fuentes. Don't we all? In the hierarchy of the online right, Schaffer is a restless vassal of the more successful Fuentes. But the biggest damage may have been inflicted on the online trad brand as a whole. Conservative podcaster, this one called Stucky, complained that the affair demonstrated that women posing as trad wives have become a fetish for right-wing men. For right-wing commentator Virillium, who recently cut ties with Schaffer after being exposed for making posts years earlier about being gay, summed it up. It's all bullshit, he said, of the trad lifestyle. Well, a couple other things I want to say before we move along from this particular tale. I'm going to take a look at what you all are saying, but I do have to say victory lap for yours truly. Once again, victory lap is in order. I said it, we said it, so many people here, so many of you argued the exact same thing. All of these people are frauds. All of them, 100%. There are no good ones, period. If you can't take what they're giving you and use it in your life for your benefit, it's fake. If they are moralizing, they're fake. If they are acting like return to the church is whatever. I mean, I really want you to focus on this reality that these tradcaths like Sarah Stock, these Christian nationalists like Elijah Schaffer, they are all arguing incessantly that everybody needs to return to the church to combat anti-whitism. And they are out there living it. They're out there living the church life. They're out there living. They've given their lives to Christ. These people are all consummate liars. I come to you and argue that Christianity failed in its contest with anti-whitism. So you can't use Christianity to defeat anti-whitism. That's a fact. But you're definitely not going to be able to create a Christian revival through content creators online. It's all fake. How fake is it? It's so fake that Elijah Schaffer and Sarah Stock created fake families. Oh, to Kezia and to Will, the families were real, but not to Elijah or Sarah. To Elijah and Sarah, they were part of the grift. You had to play the role. People said to me when I said over the years that these people are frauds and fakes, they pointed to their families and said, no, they're married. They're getting married. They have had children. It's not fake. It's real. You can see where is your family? Where are the photos of you and your wife and all of these children you're producing? That's real. Those are the real things. That was never real to Elijah Schaffer and Sarah Stock. They were expedients. Kez and Will Setka were expedients to the enrichment, the aggrandizement, the celebration of themselves, and the multiplication of their sex partners. Oh yeah, people are willing to go that far. The worst of humanity, and you will never know. You will never know until you get as practiced as me and maybe some others. And even then, human beings can lie with such skill that you'll never know. You can only know what you can be given and used to your benefit. That's the only thing that you can know is real. Elijah was lying, a fraud, a fake the entire time. He did it for himself. Sarah Stock was a liar, a fraud, a fake the entire time. She did all of the tradcath garbage to enrich, empower herself, to aggrandize herself, to get herself sex partners. Don't ever tell me these few people out there that have said girls wouldn't do that for sex partners. You better believe they would, especially these kind of girls. The girls that get online in the pretty little trad outfits, and they get pictures of themselves with veils and the crucifix and the Russian Orthodox cross and all this other stuff. They're actual pole dancers putting on a show. That's all they are. Stop falling for it. If they'll go far enough to create this fake persona all the way into marriage with the fake persona, fake, real marriages, but fake to them because it's not really important to them. It's not really fundamental for them. They'll lie to you about everything. Time to open your eyes and stop being so gullible, white race. Stop being so gullible. Stop wanting to be tricked and faked. Stop going with what you think feels. If it feels good, there's probably something wrong with it. Going free is hard. Going free is never going to be comfortable. but it's always going to be victorious. Things that are worth having are never easy. Never forget it. Your parents probably told you, or better parents told you, but you ignored it because you live in a push-button age and you have too little testosterone in your body. Here's the final thing I want to say on it. I want to give a big collective you to everyone out there, including Bubble Boy, who just recently said that Epstein is cool. Taboo grifting. What does a taboo grifter do? He pokes or she pokes the taboos. The ultimate taboo at the moment it would be to say that Epstein is cool. Well, that's what Bubble Boy just said this past week. You know what else he's doing? He's decided, this guy who has poked the taboo of e-thoughts, e-whores endlessly to aggrandize himself, to increase his audience size, to get him enriched beyond imagination compared to the rest of us. Poke the taboo of the e-thoughts, poke the taboo of girls leading anything, poked the taboo of immoral behavior, poked all, and he's coming to the defense of Sarah Stock and Elijah Schaffer. By the way, there's recordings that Fuentes would have heard of Elijah cussing the ever-living shit, a professional jealousy of Fuentes. Elijah wants the money that Fuentes gets. Elijah wants the sex partners that Fuentes gets. Oh, don't think that he ain't getting sex partners. Elijah wants the popularity that Fuentes gets. It's a professional jealousy. And apparently, a day barely went by when Elijah didn't cuss Fuentes, even though he was a loyal lieutenant of Fuentes. Out for the rest of you. But of course, it's all lies. It's all fake. Of course. So Fuentes is out there, and Fuentes is making the argument, little Bubble Boy, little Nicky, making the argument that I have heard in churches since I was young enough to start attending. Endlessly browbeaten over sinning. Endlessly browbeaten at church over being virtuous. You must never sin. You must forever be virtuous. Endless browbeating over this. And then when somebody would sin, the congregation gets attacked for condemning the sinning. Let ye who is without sin cast the first stone. Fuck you. Preacher, priest, deacon, online content creator, taboo grifter. Fuck you. No, we need to bring back social condemnation for everything anti-white in a big way, not in a little way. We need to bring it back in a big way. We need to bring it back in the kind of way that a letter gets sewn onto your clothing, and you are not allowed to be in polite society without the letter on your clothing. We need endless condemnation for anti-whiteism. So they're coming out now saying, oh, don't talk about it. Don't condemn them. These families are injured. Let them deal with it on. No. You don't get to browbeat me into what is moral and what is immoral, and then turn around and condemn me for condemning immorality. Fuck you. Absolutely. And you know where that mentality leads? In the church? It leads to what you see now in churches, where it's anything goes. It's anything goes. Depending upon the church, it's anything goes. We just had this guy that's been pushing Greek and Russian Orthodox online endlessly for years, now complaining about how there is all this deference to females and homosexuality among the preachers, etc. This is how it leads to anything. It does no good to condemn sin and then say You can't condemn it when it's committed. You can't ridicule or mock it or talk about it when it's committed. You, priest, preacher, deacon, whatever the hell you are, and all the taboo grifters like little bubble boy Fuentes, this absolute little exiguous shit in his grandparents' house. Don't you dare try to tell us that we can't, because I'm going to condemn it. I don't go around telling everybody that I'm perfect and that they need to be in every act or demeanor or sector or vector of life, that they need to be this specific way because I'm perfect in all of these sort of things. I'm damn well going to condemn those who do that and then who are actually behind the scenes engaged in far worse than the vast majority of their audience. The only thing I'm going to condemn you on, the main thing is anti-whiteism. I am going to be true to white well-being. As I have been for my whole life, I will be true to the very end. Everything else falls below that as far as I'm concerned. Try to tell us to shut up about condemning this garbage. Go to hell. Let me see what you all are saying, and we're going to move along to Team USA. It is said that within Islamic culture, they operate on shame. Says a not so privileged playlist. Now we see the world trying to instill shame through anti-whiteism. This is why there must be no apologies. I agree. Is the audio not working? Tag me as no white guilt. Julian is here. Most of these people I see from these channels are either feds or grifters. They only try to manipulate and exploit the gullible, precisely, which is getting in the way of the propagation of the Go Free dialogic. Because they occupy all of these. Think about between Sarah Stock, Elijah Schaffer, and all of these others. You know, you got the guy, the other trad Catholic guy with his wife that has, 4 children with 4 different men. I mean, shut the fuck up. Shut up. The great Franklinator is here. Cockatoo is here. Golden Handle is here. Good to see you all. Hey, remember who's not here. Because when they show up next time, say, hey, Cuck, how was the Super Bowl? Cool Papa J Magic was here. Southern Bloom is here. Franklinator, Azimuth Clark. Bongino is a grifter. All right. Ivan the Harbor Bowl is here. Good to see you, brother. Janitor of White Noir is here. Good to see you. The popularity that No White Guilt gets where influencers delete his videos. Yeah, exactly. Savage Monday is here. He says, hey, president accounted for. He says, my mom was even watching you earlier. Totally based. Totally epic. Savage Monday and his mom. Give your mom a big Promethean salute. Dallas Malloy is in the house. Novak is here. Novak said, sex, lies, and more lies. Tag me with the @ symbol. No white guilt if you want me to see what you have to say. Grimbot is here. He says, okay, I'm here too. Good to see you. Yep. Make sure we know you're here. We don't want to confuse you with the cucks. For White Wellbeing is here. Julian is here. The Tree Godfather is here. Frank is here. Ketchy says, what is swashing? It is promulgating. It is spreading the Go Free dialogic, lexicon, dialectics, 6 key concepts, the website. It just means spreading. It's short for swashbuckler, the character. Samuski is here. Mestizokov is here. Mestizokov would never sit down in the cuck chair and watch the Super Bowl. Shannon Oliver is here. Sean is here. First Last is here. He would never sit down in the cuck chair. Godfather says, the cucks were watching the anti-white bowel movement. That's exactly what it is. Stumbling's in the house. Sent you a question on entropy. Also, not a sports ball cuck. Amen to that, brother. Amen. I was a star athlete, so I'm not watching that shit. I played college football. I was the star athlete. I was the star. Could have played professional baseball in the minors. Made the bad decision to go play college football instead. And I'm not watching. I'll check it out, brother. Thank you. Problematic Biospirit is here. Yeah, check in. Golden Honeybee is here. Check in and say present, not a cuck. Team USA Olympic skiers heartbroken. They say they don't represent ice operation by wearing the flag. Freestyle skiers from Team USA at the Winter Olympics spoke out against U.S. immigration and custom enforcement, saying they were heartbroken. Now, these are supposedly white males. While speaking at a press conference, Chris Lillis and Hunter Hess attempted to they disengaged from the goats that they were having at, and these are white anti-whites to tell us how bad they feel about the United States. Let's go ahead and have a look.
I feel heartbroken about what's happened in the United States when, I'm pretty sure you're referencing ICE and some of the protests and things like that. I think that...
How about heartbroken for the white erasure, the white people suffering the white erasure and the white noir? Do you have any concern for them? No. You have no, because you're an anti-white piece of shit. And if I were the president of the United States, I would pull these people off this team. You're heartbroken about us protecting America? Gone. Now you don't. Now all of your training was for naught.
As a country, we need to focus on respecting everybody's rights. And
what about the rights of the white people being raped and their heads caved in and murdered and losing their jobs to these people and being bilked for billions and billions of stolen dollars? What about our rights? What about our injuries? Let's talk about that. Snow bunny. Listen, I bet he is a snow bunny. If you know what that is, I bet he is a snow bunny.
And making sure that we're treating our citizens as well as anybody with love and respect. And I hope that when people look at athletes compete in the Olympics, they realize that that's the America that we're trying to represent.
It brings up...
Here goes the next one. This is the Hunter Hess. Just got pulled off of a goat for a moment to give his anti-white sentiments. Just the missus and Cindy Ben are in the house. Westman Wanderer.
Mixed emotions to represent the U.S. right now, I think.
I've got mixed emotions. Well, if I were president, you'd be having those mixed emotions back home. There would be no competing for you in the Olympics. Too bad. I don't care that you've trained for 4 years. Don't care. You do not go there and insult all of the raped and murdered and white erased and maimed and billions of dollars stolen from, and on and on and on. These people, they don't think about them at all. Now, why is that? We know here it's because of the anti-white narrative. That's why we have to be using the 6 key concepts. We need to change the conversation. You're never going to win the conversation when this is where the population is focused.
It's a little hard. There's obviously a lot going on.
Little hard is actually his nickname in the locker room.
That I'm not the biggest fan of, and I think a lot of people aren't. If it aligns with my moral values, I feel like I'm representing it. Just because I'm wearing the flag doesn't mean I represent everything that's going on in the U.S.
Why does he talk like he's a 20-year-old girl? Just because I'm wearing the flag doesn't mean I represent everything going on in the U.S.?
So yeah, I just kind of want to do it for my friends and my family and the people that support me getting here.
Can you believe these garbage white anti-whites are apologizing for wearing the flag of the country that they are representing, the flag of the country that gave them all of what they have, all the benefits, all of the training, everything to popularize themselves. They're in a position to make themselves significant income from their showing at the Olympics. It might even become millionaires based on it, but they're going to make apologies for representing the United States. Fuck you, you garbage piece of shit. I will work my entire life and won't even make a fraction of what you are going to be able to make. I will work my entire life and won't have a scintilla of the popularity and praise and cheering of an entire country that you are going to have. And you're disparaging that country and me? No. This guy deserves to have his ass whooped. That's what he deserves. Let's take this little snow bunny and introduce him to a proper response to somebody who feels this way about his country. Let's not only bring world peace, but domestic peace. That's what we're trying to do by getting rid of all of the problems, all of the victimizers of the white race that snuck across the border or were brought in by Biden. And all the ones before that, brought in by Bush, brought in by Clinton, brought in by Obama, brought in by Trump the first 4 years. And while they are apologizing, while they are talking, while they're being as anti-white as they possibly can, here you have the Associated Press complaining that Winter Olympics teams are too white. They're just too many white people. This is the kind of thing that back in the day, I really lost it over. How dare you? How absolutely dare you say that there are too many of my people, that there need to be fewer of my people? That is the most grievous insult imaginable. There are too many of your people. Fuck you. There are too many of your kind in your country, on your Olympic team. Fuck you. Why would you not go after anti-whites talking like that? Why would you talk about abstractions? Why would you talk about the birth of non-white people? They are literally insulting your existence. How can you not think about ourselves at that moment? What in the fuck is wrong with everybody? The Associated Press accused European nations competing in the Winter Olympics of having a lack of diversity, which means too many white people. Lack of diversity is a mean pathogen. That means there are white people present. You've got to get rid of them. Said that the teams were overwhelmingly white. In an article for, this is so infuriating to me, to say there are too many of your people present. In an article from the AP, the outlet highlighted how immigration from Africa and the Middle East has transformed the demographics of Europe. So we've transformed these countries to be non-white. Why are these teams, why do they still have white people on them? The outlet also noted that while the United States sending one of the most diverse teams ever. So it'll be, when will it be the most diverse? When there are no white people on the team. That's when it will finally be diverse. That's when they'll finally be able to say, there is your diverse American Olympic teams. The outlet also noted that while the United States was sending one of its most diverse teams, the team rosters for countries such as France and Germany, Switzerland look a lot like Sweden's, overwhelmingly white and lack the immigrant representation. So they have too many white people. There are white people on the team, and that's a problem for anti-whites. Let's have that conversation. At the Milan Winter Olympics, Sweden is sending a team made up almost entirely of white people. Can you believe it? With few rare exceptions, including an Iranian. That hardly reflects the diversity. Almost 2 million of 10 million in Sweden now are not white. So the team should be not white. That's what they've done to Sweden. 2 million people out of 10 are non-white in Sweden. The lack of athletes of color, a mean pathogen, in this case, it's athletes that are people of color, athletes of color, AOC, excludes the white race from humanity. Another personal insult. And in Winter Olympic sports in general has been a recurring theme in the U.S., which is sending one of the most diverse teams to the games. So let's talk about the white people that trained their whole lives to be in the Winter Olympics that are now going to be an assistant manager at Kroger. They're not going to have the opportunity to be cheered on by the nation. They're not going to have the opportunity to find a mate that popularity would have gotten them, to start a family that popularity would have gotten them, to make the money that popularity would have gotten them. But that's okay, because the cucks aren't going to talk about what happened to the white people, and the schmucks are not going to, the anti-non-whites are not going to talk about what happened to the white people. So it doesn't matter that they trained their whole life and they are better than the people that got the spot at whatever game it was, because they're white and they can't be allowed to participate, because others on the basis of their race need to be able to participate. They're non-white, you're white, you go home, they get the fame, they get the family, they get the money. You get to be an assistant manager at Kroger for the rest of your life. Don't care that you have spent tens of thousands of hours training and perfecting all of that time, getting up before the sun gets up, all of that effort to train and become the best in the world, or one of the best in the world, to be able to compete at that level. None of it matters. Go get your job at Kroger. All the white guys who trained to play professional baseball or professional football, or down all the way down the line as this Super Bowl is going on. Where did they end up? Because these different leagues focus, in even professional hockey for over a decade now, endeavoring to fill the league with non-whites. Where did they end up? What did their lives end up? Well, nobody cares. Nobody's going to talk about them but us. The cucks won't talk about them. The anti-non-white schmucks won't talk about them. So there you have it. Anti-whiteism. All that matters is that the white race is white erased from everything. Our countries, our Olympic teams, and then the defense of it are people like the Buckley conservative movement that wanted to preserve what America was in 1950 and has failed this profoundly, magnificently up to 2026. And they are still the leading edge of the defense against what's happening to us. And the alternative to that are the anti-non-white schmucks that were in place even before the Buckleyites and all of the afterbirth conservative ideologies and organizations, failing magnificently for generations. And here we are today. Here we are today with 100 people, obviously the best, come to the Church of the West. And with that, I'll be right back.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Westernkind are one people with many countries, and one of those countries is Macedonia. Macedonia is tightly packed with enormous mountains, deep scenic lakes, dense woodlands, and is home to the majestic Eurasian lynx. But the most majestic thing of all in Macedonia is Macedonians. The ancient Macedonians were a tribe from southeastern Europe. They were mighty warriors with ingenious military tactics, who under the rule of King Philip II and later Alexander the Great conquered vast territories, establishing the most powerful empire in the world, the Macedonian Empire. Many would say that Macedonians laid the foundation for Western civilization. So it's no surprise that today Macedonians are immensely proud of who they are and where they've come from. Their language uses the Cyrillic alphabet. Pomože Bog is a friendly old greeting which means God help us, which you should reply to by saying Dao Bog Dobro, which means God do good for us. During the evening, Macedonians often go into town with friends and family to walk along what they call a corso. They'll dress up in nice clothes and walk back and forth along the shops and cafes, getting fresh air and meeting with friends and neighbours. Younger people might gather at the pub or cafe to eat some aiva, a kind of relish made of peppers and eggplants, or maybe some tufte gravce, which is baked beans terrine. And since Macedonia has many rivers and lakes, it's the best place to have one of their many delicious dishes made from local freshwater fish. Macedonia has so many extraordinary historical figures that it would be hard to name them all, but one of the most beloved and influential Macedonians was King Alexander the Great. At a young age, Alexander was tutored by Aristotle in philosophy, medicine, and politics. After he had inherited his father's throne, his continued conquest would eventually lead to what was thought to be impossible. Alexander led his relatively small army into battle against the enormously powerful Persian Empire. Alexander's forces were vastly outnumbered by the Persians, but Macedonians were incredible fighters using brilliant strategies and defeated the entire Persian Empire. This made Alexander the Great the most powerful man in the world. Also amazing was that Alexander himself would bravely fight in the front lines of every battle. So it's no wonder why the most popular male name in Macedonia today is Alexander, and a large statue of Alexander the Great is featured in the capital city. Toša Poreski was a very popular Macedonian singer who wrote several hit songs and would often perform traditional Macedonian songs. Sadly, he died in a car accident at age 26, but he remains much beloved in Macedonia and other Balkan countries. The national heraldic animal of Macedonia is the lion. Of course, there are no wild lions in Macedonia today, but there were before the 1st century and were seen as being symbolic of courage, strength, and nobility. And Macedonians are a noble people, because just like you, they are Westernkind and share the same biospirit which made all our countries great. Macedonians are your people.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Let's get to this celebration, ladies and gentlemen. The swashbuckling celebration. All raucous emojis. All raucous emojis. Give it up for lovely porridge and the Australian. And we played at the very beginning of our gathering their magnificent video that they put together, those true champions. The Australian GFC of White Wellbeing. Big salutes to every single one of you. Let's roll, ladies and gentlemen. Raucous emojis for those heroes. What a beautiful video that was. We did this. We do the dancing, and the others don't know why we dance because they don't understand victory. Here we have the cool Papa J Magic on Black Pigeon Speaks, ladies and gentlemen. 1,000 likes. It's not, quote, race swapping. It's white erasure. When they do the opposite, portray a villain from history who isn't white as a white man, it's a form of white labeling. Both serve the purpose of anti-whiteism. Over 1,000 people. We got more comments from Cool Papa J Magic here. Give it up for the swashing general, ladies and gentlemen. Cool Papa J Magic. Keep it going for Cool Papa J Magic. Here he is on the King Dice. He's got another 425 people that he has liberated with the white magic. It's not motivated by, quote, compassion. It's all about white erasure. They just want white people to be harmed. That is important to understand. It absolutely is. Let's show the cool Papa J Magic General Swashbuckler how much we appreciate and love him, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we got some King Dice show coming up. Matt Walsh, ladies and gentlemen. He did it even though he has been ordered not to do it. He used right here anti-whiteism. And here is, of course, Gene Wu with his video from earlier. Matt Walsh has said here, if he said this about black people, Jews, or literally any other group, it would be the biggest story in the country, and he'd be forced to resign by the end of the day. And we all know it. Anti-whiteism is the most prevalent and destructive bigotry in America, and it's not close. Everybody on your feet for Matt Walsh using anti-whiteism, even when he was ordered by his boss not to use it anymore. It is so truthful. And how many people, at the point that the great Franklinator got me this screenshot, over 200,000, and we might have an update on how many that is in a moment here. Over 200,000 people empowered by Matt Walsh today with the use of anti-whiteism. Give it up for Matt Walsh. Here we have, I think this is from The Wild. It's not about representation. It's about anti-white hatred. Give it up for Roland from The Wild, ladies and gentlemen. It's not about representation. It's about anti-white hatred. We also have this one, Jay. White people erased, black people most affected. Celebrate. Celebrate the Hans, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate the great Hans. Look at this. Over here, 221 turning into the shade tree. Celebrate everyone over there. Check it out. There are folks that are there every single day. 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Make sure they know that you appreciate the hard work they do right here on X. Cindy Bin. Take a look at this swashbuckling commander. There are so many who haven't heard of these victims of anti-whiteism because they are hush crimes. But our school boards and the media still solemnly mention George Floyd. Anti-whiteism is the social morality, and we are working to change that to a white positive one. Amen. The great Cindy Bin, empowering with the white magic. 664 people. Keep it going for Cindy Bin. 766 more people the great Cindy Bin empowers. She and tons of others need to understand about white erasure. And there is no United States of America unless it is supermajority white. When we are the minority, no more Western civilization. Then people won't even want to come here to seek shelter. Give it up for the great Cindy Bin. Cindy Bin again, 879 more people empowered by Cindy Ben, swashbuckling commander. It's white erasure caused by anti-whitism, the social morality. Anti-whites want us gone because they're driven by jealousy and envy. God, this is brilliant. We have spoken up about this for years at No White Guilt, using concepts that empower us against these psychological warfare. Let's get those 07s, crowns, and gems rolling for Cindy Ben. Here we have another from the wild. Ladies and gentlemen, writing, the point isn't to represent black people, it's to erase white history. Give it up. From the wild, ladies and gentlemen, non-hate. Celebrate. Oh, we did that. We put that into Donald Trump's mouth, and we did it by way of Donald Trump Jr. Never forget, everything we do is replicable and scalable. Let's give it up right now for the great biospirit of the West, the OT leader and the great Franklinator, who brought to me a fraction of the victories from this week that you are seeing and will continue to see, and so much more that these gentlemen do in service to white well-being. On your feet with big salutes. Let's also celebrate everyone who showed up this week on the Donald Trump Jr. stream to swash on Donald Trump Jr. so that we can get more of the lexicon into the mouth, dialectics into the mouth of Donald Trump. We want to give a big thank you to Robert, Z. Ivan, Biospirit of the West, Justin McDaniel, Diplomat for Westernkind, The Franklin, Cindy Ben, and We Are Westernkind, all swashing this week on Donald Trump Jr., the vector by which we reached the most powerful man on planet Earth, Donald Trump. Show the love, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes. I want to also celebrate our clip makers from this week. We had Stopper antiwhitism. Made a totally epic clip, 2 clips, I think, and I shared one from Z. Ivan that was a little bit older, but I had never seen it before. From Z. Ivan the Huggable. Ladies and gentlemen, celebrate the clip makers. Totally epic. I'm going to also celebrate the hard work. I mean, this guy is, this past week, just over and the top kicking ass, Shannon Oliver. Let's give it up for the swashbuckling commander who has stormed on the field like a berserker in service to white well-being. He is everywhere. I'm seeing him everywhere. Give it up for Shannon Oliver. Let's continue with these victories, ladies and gentlemen. Anglo-Saxon and WG empowering 1,659 people with this magnificent meme in the audience of I am yes, you are no. Show him the love. From the wild, Lenixia is probably how it's pronounced. 2,318 people she empowered with this meme. And what she wrote here, anti-white whites of all ages. This doesn't just go for boomers, it goes for anti-white whites of all ages. Give it up for Lenixia in the audience of Defiant Hills, empowering the audience. Give it up for Justin McDaniel. You know he would be there. Almost 12,000 people he has empowered with the white magic in the audience of Taya. Show Justin McDaniel the love. Also, a different Taya post. Justin McDaniel is back again. Same meme, different verbiage. Empowering 19,000 more people with the Go Free Lexicon Dialectics website. Give it up for Justin McDaniel, a true superstar on the field of white well-being. Another one from the wild, ladies and gentlemen, over 200 empowered with this meme from DHMC. From the wild, we love the wild. In the audience of Heavy Snowball Choo Choo, show the love. Dallas Malloy in the victory ring this week. Anti-whitism is the evil of our time. When people have the courage to name it, we can defeat it. Epic meme here. Over 5,000 people liberated from anti-whitism in the audience of Buck Sexton. Anglo-Saxon and WG, ladies and gentlemen, racing around the corner, looking for the lead. 1,445 more people empowered by this champion. in the audience of American AF. Dan rocking it this week, getting up on the scoreboard with this epic post here, empowering 2,000 more people. She hates white people and wants us white erased. When she says far right and racist, she's talking about white people. And he puts it appropriately in quotes, epically done. This empowering the audience of Drew Pavlou. Dandy Westman showing up with a glorious meme. Look, there's Southern Bloom down underneath there. Dandy Westman empowering 2,135 people this week in the audience of Stephen Miller. Give it up for Dandy Westman. Shannon Oliver, 2,000 people empowered in the audience of Jared Taylor. From the wild, ladies and gentlemen, Supermax writes, stop white erasure. Oh my God, I love it. 2,000 people empowered from an account in the wild. Supermax in the audience of I Am Yes. Lee Cunningham, another one from the wild. 2,000 more people empowered by another account from the wild. In the audience of Elon Musk. You gotta love it. You gotta love you changing the conversation. Justin McDaniel, all-star, carrying his MVP trophy, empowering 3,437 more in the audience of AF Post. Remember, you've got to go back and read these if you want to be able to become a swashbuckling commander. Justin McDaniel back again, swashing and saving 4,341 people in the audience of Debbie Schlussel. God bless you, Justin McDaniel. Epic victories. Westernkind 007, 6,611 torn from the pages of the anti-white narrative by Westernkind 007 in the audience of Lozzie B. Salty Lass in the wild, 9,000. So 10,000 people empowered by Salty Lass. Beautiful meme usage here in the audience of Jake the Pretender Lang. Julia getting on the scoreboard as well, empowering nearly 2,700 more with the white magic of Go Free in the audience of I Am Yes. Westernkind 007 responds with 2,000 more. He empowered in the audience of Wolf. Westernkind 007 chalking another one up on the scoreboard with this powerful meme. We must protect white children. I love it. 1,000 more people that he has liberated. Triple A is right there too. In the audience of I Am Yes, You Are No. Give it up for Triple A. He empowering 660 in the same thread. 660 more. In the audience of I Am Yes, You Are No. You gotta love it. Joseph McDaniel. Once again, reaching into the lives of, as the audience takes a breath, of over 3,000 more human beings in the audience of Matt Van Swole and liberating them from anti-whiteism. Westernkind 007 says he can liberate some more as well. 2,161 more he liberates in the audience of Matt Van Swole. Anglo-Saxon NWG got started at the very beginning of these celebrations. He comes back toward the end. 4,286 more people he gifts the white magic with this epic meme in the audience of Vales. Give it up for the swashbuckling commander. From the wild, Pirm Purnell. Here, ladies and gentlemen, using anti-white. And over 142 people being empowered by this post. Give it up. From the wild. Westernkind 007, ladies and gentlemen, a gorgeous meme. Look at this beautiful family. No more tolerance to anti-whiteism. 1,500 more people gifted the white magic of Go Free in the audience of the Hodge twins. Westernkind 007 He wants another attempt at the scoreboard with 4,783 more people staved in the audience of HJB News. And now let's get an update on the Matt Walsh meme. It is up to almost 300,000. It's working on 300,000 people empowered by the concept anti-whitism. On your feet for Matt Walsh. He's being very brave, ladies and gentlemen. His employer doesn't want him using anti-whitism. Let's show him the love. Big time. And now let's listen to King Dice.
Here now, they just come up with more reasons, more excuses to blame white people for their own behavior, their own situations, their own cultural and individual shortcomings and failures. New evidence shows how discrimination, imaginary discrimination obviously, shortens the lives of black people, black communities. A biological marker bolsters the weathering hypothesis that links systemic racism to health disparities. Well, if that was true, then white people would be having more ill health, because the only systemic racism that exists, that really has existed for the last 10 years, is anti-whitism.
Yes, give it up for the great, the one and only King Dice, ladies and gentlemen, reaching over 160,000 people with that comment, and we will be right back. Everybody, every single person on your feet, quadruple 07s, raucous emojis, crowns and gems galore. Crowns and gems galore, ladies and gentlemen. For the one and only Promethean Healing. Promethean Healing, ladies and gentlemen. Not only is he on the honors roll call, not only is he in the all-stars of the honors roll call, he is at the top of the honors roll call of the all-stars of the honors roll call. And ladies and gentlemen, he is financially gifted $1,000. $1,000, this hero. Promethean Healing, nothing but crowns and gems, nothing but love for the hero. Promethean Healing, a $1,000 financial gift today, writing, thank you for your dedication, Jason. Oh my freaking God. Oh my God. $1,000. Give this man some diamonds like Hyperborean Dream. Diamonds and crowns, trophies, and galore, ladies and gentlemen. White hearts for Promethean Healing. Everybody know his name. Amazing. Promethean Healing, $1,000 financial gift. Let's keep the celebration going today. Shannon Oliver, financially gifting $20. Give up the love. Show Shannon Oliver some love. $20 financial gift. And the champion writes right here, thanks for the reposts. Honored to be team White Wellbeing. It is an honor to serve with you, my good brother, shoulder to shoulder. Keep it going. The celebration's going for Corey. Corey, $50 bill. Corey brings over his head $50 bill. Holding it over his head, he says, with that $50 financial gift, go free from the anti-white NFL and flush the bowl. Oh, I love it. Yes, sir. Flush the bowl. The great Corey. Keep it going for the great First Last, who just came in with $25. First Last in today. $25 from the champion on this day. He says, I'm here, brother. And we are so glad. It's an honor to serve with you, champion. $25 from First Last. And we will come back over there in just a moment. Wow, Promethean Healing, $1,000. This guy is so dedicated to white well-being. Big salutes. Let's swivel around over here. We've got the great, the one and only Dude Bro moment, ladies and gentlemen. $50 financial gift by the great Dude Bro moment on the Dude Bro moment platform. And he writes, as is his custom, for White Wellbeing. Big salutes to you, champion. Show this man some love. Raucous emojis, please. Raucous emojis. Keep those raucous emojis and love going for Scott, who came in here today with a $20 bill. God bless you, champion. $20 from the great Scott, and we will come back to what you wrote there in just a moment. Thank you so much, brother. Another $20 for White Wellbeing. Let's see if I missed anything over here. No, I haven't. Very good. Let's keep it going. I want to thank Stumbling for a $5 financial gift, and I will come back to what you wrote right there. Good Stumbling, sir. $5 by Stumbling. Thank you, brother. We also have the great Weldon. $5 financial gift today. God bless you, brother. Unstoppable Weldon, $5. And he writes, God bless. Big God bless to you too. Yiz the Unifier, also mirroring Weldon, $5 financial gift today. And she writes, weekly folk tithe for White Wellbeing. God bless you and thank you for that, Yiz. All right. Don't think I've missed anybody else. Let's go back here and see. All right, nothing on D Live that we missed. Let's get back and go to Scott's question or statement. Scott writes, the white positive lenses, lessons, and personal empowerment developed through the practice of Go Free is a gift, all capitals, that keeps on giving to everyone in my life, exclamation point. Pristine story coverage today. Promethean hails. God bless you, man, for that testimonial. Add 5 more zeros to that $20 financial gift. That testimonial is magnificent. The white positive lenses, lessons, and personal empowerment developed through the practice of Go Free is a gift that keeps on giving to everyone in my life. Pristine story coverage today. Promethean hails. God bless you, Scott. Thank you for that. Stumbling writes here, I recognize the historic role Christianity has played in Western civilization, but can Christianity support white well-being if it does not center whites? Do we need a white Christianity or something else? Exactly. Go Free will turn Christianity into a white Christianity again. It served Westernkind in the past, in the defense of our people, in the ennoblement of our people. We projected ourselves through the religion of Christianity, and it can do so again. But it needs to go through, Christianity needs to go through the baptism of fire provided by the Go Free dialogic. So 100%. 100%. And there are magnificently wonderful Christians that are in service to white well-being, using the dialogic. They use it at their church. They use it with their church friends, and they are cleansing the religion of anti-whiteism with it. Just like the Go Free dialogic will cleanse the schools. It will cleanse the lodges. It will cleanse the groups. It will cleanse the fraternities. It will cleanse the sororities. The exact same thing will happen. Anti-whiteism has destroyed Christianity and made it into another instrument for anti-whiteism. So we can't use Christianity to combat anti-whiteism. Impossible. It was defeated by it. It can't be used to defeat it. But it can continue, obviously, to be the religion of so many white people, millions and millions of white people, and they can reclaim it for a white positive purpose, 100%. Obviously, you're going to have to get rid of all of the seminaries. You're going to have to get rid of all of these preachers and priests and etc. that are all anti-white. They will have to be sifted through, and new preachers, priests, etc. will have to step up who are white positive. Great question. Thank you for that. We have over here on X. Let's see, what is that? Vant Blackface White says, F football. Amen. It's not the game it used to be. We'll put it that way. Definitely not the game it used to be, as they have changed the sport to accommodate the talents of the black race. So it is definitely not what it used to be. All right. Let's see what you all are saying. Tag me as No White Guilt. If you have anything that you would like to share, we do not have any mail in the thaumatological mailbag. So no mail to discuss today, and we will just continue with our gathering here. What another epic week that we have had. Tag me as @ No White Guilt. No spaces, nothing touching that, no white guilt. So no comma, nothing, no dash, nothing touching it. It'll light up for me, and then I'll be able to see what you would like me to see. We have our lesson of the day. We have our announcements coming up as well. If I missed a financial gift from you, please let me know by tagging me in the live chat or one of the live chats. The Great Franklinator saying over 417,000 views on the Matt Walsh tweet now. Man, that is so awesome. People who are new, hearing me live or in replay, might ask, why did the concept? Why does it matter? Why are you all celebrating? So you don't understand the dancing, because you don't know what victory looks like. We have to be propagandized. Therefore, we decide what language we are spoken to with. We decide the language. And so therefore, if we decide to use language that positions us as the moral actor and the anti-whites as the immoral actor, we win these conversations. It's extremely complex, but that's all you have to know to get started. And you'll begin to see the fruits of what I have just argued. Billy is here. Good to see you. I have totally wrecked my voice yelling. Oh, well. Oh, well. Make sure I didn't miss anything over here. Yeah, you can really see this fundamental difference between what we do with our argumentation and the lexicon and National Review. Been around since 1955. What they argue, how they stay within it. Think about this. All of the brilliant people that have participated in Cuck-servatism in general, all the hundreds of millions of dollars, all of the angst and energy of white people who have participated at every tier of that machinery of Cuck-servatism. And look at how magnificently it has failed. We argue that because they remain inside of the anti-white narrative, using the anti-white, the social morality of the West, which is the anti-white immoral imperative, because they remain in that narrative, they can never win. How much more evidence do you need? 1950s to 2026. Are we right? You couldn't be more right. All right, Westman Wanderer says here, my business professor may as well have quoted you, because last week he lectured how language is extremely important, as the vocabulary we use determines how we find and deal with problems. Yes. Exactly. Thank you all. Big Promethean salute to everybody who celebrated. God bless you all. I really appreciate that. Most important, one of the most important things we can do. There's the biospirit of the West is in the house. Great to see you, brother. Justin McDaniel is here. We're not watching the Cuck Bowl. Dude, Bro Moment is in the live chat. Hyperborean Dream says, I had the top comment on a Zero Hedge article a few days ago, had 31,000 article views. What did you write, brother? Did you use some of the lexicon or dialectics? Tag me again with no white guilt. That's awesome. JK160 is here. If you were swashing with lexicon and dialectics, 007s, big salutes, based. Awesomely done. Thank you. And folks, it's a great opportunity. If you're out there swashing and rocking it, and you don't mind being recognized for it, reach out to Franklinator, reach out to Biospirit of the West, and let them know. Because, this is charity. They're not being paid to sit down and hunt for victories. These men are doing it out of the love for the white race, out of their love for Westernkind, service to white well-being. So help them out. I remember the days in streaming very early on. Ricky is here. Good to see you. Where maybe some of you all will remember. All people did was they showed, it was before we sifted so many do-nothings out of it. They would show up and just say, hey, you know what you should do? You should do this or that. You should do that or this. Thanks. First of all, the ideas were almost 100% of the time, not all the time. There were some good ideas that were shared, but so many of the ideas were just half-baked. It'd be like me showing up with a brain surgeon, and I step into the OR and he's like, who are you? And I was like, doesn't matter. What you should do here. He's like, you're not even pointing to the right part of the brain. So, for White Wellbeing is here. Good to see you, brother. Another big champion. Winged Productions is here. Good to see you. Novi Hora is here. Hello and welcome. All right, looking for tags. How about this story? Share with me anything that you shared and scrolled away. I saw a little bit earlier somebody asked, but I was rolling and I couldn't stop then. But somebody asked about how do I feel about some other, was it another group that you were asking about? If that's what it was, if they're not using the Go Free dialogic, they suck. They're wretched. They'll fail. Period. So if that's what it was, I don't know what it was. But if it's a bunch of guys getting together, it's another group. I've seen literally hundreds come and go. If it's not using the Go Free dialogic, well, that Jason guy, he just thinks that he knows it all. I do. That Jason guy, he thinks he knows it all. I do. Just like the brain surgeon, with whom I'm not going to go and argue about how to do his job. Cool Baba J Magic says that person was just here to talk shit about white Christians. Oh, the person who was asking that question. Okay. Well, thank you for clearing it up for me. Okay, so Hyperborean Dream said, I called the Obama judge who ordered the release of illegal anti-white of illegals, an anti-white dementia candidate. Not my best post, but was the top. So you used well, this gives him 07's Hyperborean Dream. Nicely done. 30-some thousand people saw your top comment using anti-white. Big salutes. Based, real. Well done, brother. Well done. 07s for this champ. Well done, man. All right. That's cool about the business professor. Henry is with us. Good to see you, Henry. He says, one idea I had, we should refer to ourselves as the white people more often because it makes more direct and sound important. Yeah, and use that in conjunction with Westman and Westernkind. Well stated. Thank you, brother. Billy is here. Good to see you, Billy. What do we have going on over here? Go free, says Tom Baldwin. Thank you, Tom. Absolutely. Go free or go to hell. What a glorious gift by Promethean Healing. Such big salutes. $1,000 financial gift. Wow. Looking for tags for me. So, I mean, how crazy with Elijah and Sarah Stock. It's all fake. 6 months. 6 months. She's telling her boyfriend, Will, no, you got to wait. I'm pure. I'm chaste. I'm like the driven snow. While she's banging her boss. On the first day she met him, and then on the second day as well. I guess if you went ahead and flopped down on your back on the first day, might as well flop down on your back the second day. But Grimbob pointing out that black isn't a color, it's the absence of color. Technically, it's true. All right. Nothing else over here. I missed anybody? Fantastic. All right, we'll get on to our lesson of the day. AOC says, hello to New I Guilt and White Wellbeing friends and family. Big hello to you, AOC. Good to see you. Ricky says, I finally read your book, although it was for free on archive, but at least I read it. Well, I'm glad you read it. Which edition? Do you know? And version? Look at Ivan with the 07s. What a hero. All right. Let's take a look at our lesson today. Go free lesson of the day. First, we have our announcements. Let's get some prayers and positive energy and direct them to the Tree Godfather. He's here today, but he's recovering, and we need him to be as strong and healthy as he can possibly be. So let's send that man some prayers and positive energy to send him over the edge so that with his ornery self, he can take back life, conquer the illness that continues to threaten him. Let's also point out, I want to point out, Cindy Ben has started a Substack. You see, Cora is staffed by anti-white bastards. And if I come to power one of these days, I would arrest them all for being anti-white. Jail. And then deportation. Maybe just deportation. And if you ever try to come back in, or if you enter a Western country, execution. Because they took all of the hard work of Cindy Ben, Biospirit, and let's show some love. Biospirit of the West, Cindy, and whoever else. If Biospirit is still here, you could share who else put articles on Quora. And let's get some hearts. Let's show some love, because these champions are writing these articles. This is an exercise of love. It is minutes and hours of their life directed at, by way of their love, the heart of our people, to do good for our people, to do good for white well-being, to arrest the victimization of our, especially of our most vulnerable. And Cora has repeatedly played these evil games, deleting all of those hours of work here, deleting them there, playing this word games with the appeals, psychological torture. And recently just took, it might be the final blow, wiped everything out on Quora, on our Quora, and targeting Biospirit of the West, a guy that you couldn't be more of a lover, Biospirit of the West. You couldn't be more of a lover than Biospirit of the West. And this guy just wants to do good by our people, and they're targeting him. So yeah, thank you. Show some love for these champions that have had so much of their time and effort. I can communicate it. I know what it feels like, because anti-whites, I had an entire channel taken away on YouTube. I've had who knows how many videos deleted by YouTube, the anti-whites at YouTube. I've had them deleted on other platforms. So when you have your work, all of those times that I had Born Guilty taken down by Amazon, and I had to fight and fight and fight and fight to get it put back up, and then eventually had to change the book so that they would leave it alone. So far, they've left it alone. So to have all of that effort and all of that work just in a heartbeat gone is one of the wickedest things that you could do to a human being. It's not like you've come across somebody here who has spent countless hours on criminality, and so it's got to be disappeared on some kind of disgusting criminality. No, you have people who have spent countless hours on love, that anti-whites disappear. So that's one of the wickedest things you can do to a person, and I hope they all go to hell. That's the only just thing that can happen to the people like Cora. So Cindy Ben has started a Substack, and she's uploading all of her articles there. I think that she was able to save, that she still has, and everything. This hardworking champion for white well-being, wonderful woman. And the link to it is in the description on the YouTube video. You head right down where technically it's talking about the clips and music. Well, at the bottom of it, you'll find the link for Cindy Ben's Substack. So please head on over there, follow Cindy, promulgate her work. She's a brilliant writer for white well-being. And I hope we can find more of the material that was destroyed by the anti-whites at Cora so we can get that back up. Oh, okay. Ricky says it's 2018. So it's one of the earlier editions and iterations that was from Amazon. You're still empowered, my brother. Thank you for reading it. But you got to reflect. You got to go back. It's a workbook. You got to be doing it. You got to keep going to it. That's the only way to make it happen. Triple A is here. I was like, what? I started reading. I was like, what? It was all blurry. He said, alert, Super Bowl score update. And then quickly followed it up with, nah, just kidding. Oh my God. I was like, it doesn't say that. No way. That's funny. On the shade tree the other day, and this is why you should show up to the shade tree. We had, oh shoot, who came up with it? Is anybody there that was anybody here right now that was on the shade tree? What was it, 2 days ago? The Blue Flame, I think, was talking about what he referred to as white identity theft. And there had been this video, or was it 3 days ago? There had been this video of a Pakistani, and he was in the UK, and he talked about he wears the full Scottish dress because he lives in Scotland when he's in England proper, because it upsets, or potentially will upset, maybe certainly some of the older folks to see that. But then when he goes back into Scotland where he lives, he goes back to his normal piss stain rags or whatever he wears. And they brought up this conversation that infuriated me about them co-opting our identity. And what exactly does it mean to co-opt our identity? And I let loose, and some of the others who were there added really smart thoughts and insights. One of the first things I mentioned was that when non-white anti-whites come into our countries, they co-opt our identity as though we are nothing. We can't co-opt their identity. It is absurd because they're people. They're peoples. They're recognized peoples. So it would be like Halloween to put on their garments and speak with their accent and eat their food. But they can come in because of the anti-white narrative and co-opt, assume our identity. Anybody can be a Brit. Anybody can be an American. Anybody can be a Canadian. Anybody, you can show up tomorrow in America and you are an American. You can show up tomorrow in England and you are English, according to the anti-white narrative. So to be able to do that is to say that we don't exist as a people. We are a nothing. That is an absolutely grievous insult to say that we are nothing. We should be objecting to that on the basis of the insult, on the basis of the victimization. Not because a Pakistani can come into England or the US and co-opt our identity in and of itself, or not because the person is Pakistani, but because it's an insult to say that we are a nothing. They are blighting us. They are white erasing us. If we are a nothing, then we can be white erased without our victimizers being immoral in that process. Do we want to allow that? You can see what happens when we allow that. It continues apace and speeds up. So we have to object to this notion that our identity can be co-opted, can be assumed by anyone that has nothing to do with the biospirit. It just is a breakfast, an accent, a flag, a style of dress. And then they are you. Because if that can happen, then that means we are nothing. We don't exist. And if we don't exist, we can be talked out of our existence. We can be talked out of the defense of our existence. And then we cease to exist. We don't fight for the things that are of us and therefore are us. What else is part of being able to co-opt our identity like this? The anti-whites are able, when they do this, and in particular, this is non-white anti-whites coming into white countries. If they can come into our country and be us, that gives them access to our legitimate access to our inheritance, to all that our people have done. It gives them access to the inheritance from our parents, our forefathers. It gives them rightful and just access. If they can be us tomorrow, then they can legitimately enjoy our inheritance and all that our people have created for us, by us and for us. What does it enable them to do when they can claim rightfully and justly that inheritance? It enables them to claim it without what? Any contributions, any debt, any commitments. Think about that. That they can come into our societies, claim that they are us, access justly our inheritance, our Constitution, our form of government, the land that we've conquered, defend, and protect with our blood, sweat, and tears, the inventions that we've made. They can access rightfully that inheritance without a scintilla of contribution or debt or commitment. That is theft of a blood order. That's theft of a blood order. They are stealing everything from my parents, your parents, my grandparents, your grandparents, my great-grandparents, your great-grandparents, our forefathers, and so on. They are stealing it all from them, from their graves, where they can't defend themselves. Why would you talk about abstractions like the Cucks? Why would you talk about non-white people on the basis of their birth when our families from their graves are being stolen and our inheritance is being stolen from ourselves and our children? Shouldn't we be the ones that we're talking about? Shouldn't we be objecting and vehemently complaining about what's being done to us, what's being done to our forefathers and parents and grandparents, what's being done to our children and the generations of white people to come? When these people waltz into our countries, assume our identity, and then claim rightful access to our inheritance, it gets worse. Because if you can come into our countries as some anti-non-white from some other land, if you can come into our countries and co-opt our identity, then that makes you what? The owner. That makes you the owner of the identity. So it doesn't just give you our inheritance without commitments, without contribution, without debt, but it also gives you all of the rights of ownership. The right to define who and what we are, the right to decide what direction we and our countries will take, the right to decide what's good and what's evil, the right to decide where investment will go and where investment won't go. It gives them all the rights of the owner. So we were talking about this pretty vigorously on the Shade Tree, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every single day. And there, Hans and CKO hold the space, and you can show up and participate. Please participate. Show up, watch the space, listen to the space, but also ask for the microphone. They'll give it to you. And share your thoughts. Learn and grow together. Because as I articulate this, you see how truly egregious it is. How truly maniacal it is. How truly evil it is to come in and assume our identity and all the rights and privileges and enrichment without any of the commitment, contribution, or debt. So while we were talking about it, I think it was the Blue Flame, jumped on the microphone, and he started sharing his thoughts on it. And just like, kind of like in passing, he says like this white identity theft. And my ears immediately perked up. And so I got back on and I said, and so I say to you all now, we should really think about white identity theft as a meme curative. We should think about it. We should try it out online. We should try it out with our peers, try it out with our family and friends, see how it works. Because it potentially is a very powerful meme curative. We've got to experiment, though. We are Baconian when it comes to these concepts. They can't just, they have to make sense. They have to be logical and rational. We have to play with them with different scenarios in our heads and with each other. But then ultimately it has to go into the field and see, does it work in the field? Does it serve the objective of white well-being relative to our brothers and sisters? And I think at this point, it is trending that direction. We have to experiment with it. White identity theft. One of the reasons why it's potentially really powerful to talk about it this way is because identity theft is something that everybody already understands. They already associate identity theft with great evil. They already identify it with a total loss of one's rights, one's privileges, all that one has worked for. So therefore, all that you've earned and you deserve to be yours. There are organizations, numerous organizations, that people can hire to monitor their credit scores for identity theft. People pay a lot of money for that. There are organizations that people pay a lot of money for membership in that monitor the dark web for your information to see if your identity is being sold. We all have heard countless stories of stolen identities where people get your identifying information, they go out and they get loans, they get money, they buy the property, they buy this, they buy that, and poof, they're gone, and you are left holding the bag. So people already, and this is psychological warfare, this is how it works, this is how it's used against us. People already associate identity theft with something truly wicked and terrifying. So white identity theft brings all of that emotion, all of that angst into a concept that we're using for white well-being. To say non-white, anti-white people coming into our country and making claims to our inheritance and claims to ownership over our countries, etc., is the exact same thing. It steals from you in the exact same way. It deprives you in the exact same way, and it leaves you holding the debt in the exact same way. So let's try this out, and let's get back and find out. Let's talk about it, and let's get back with each other and see how it's working as we apply it and use it in the field. At the moment, like other concepts that have ended up as meme curatives in the Go Free dialogic, I'm feeling good about it. I'm feeling like it could be useful, but in the final analysis, it's how it works in the field. Henry says, jealousy and envy for sure. It's like the most sinisterly satisfying thing they could do. It's the most wicked coping with jealousy and envy ever carried out in human history ever. Yes. You think You build a family of people, they build their home, they build their house, they contend with the jungle, which is everything, other tribes of people, disease, weather, etc. And they build their citadel, they build and they defeat those around them that are endeavoring and have endeavored to defeat them. And then those people just waltz in and say, well, all this is mine. I am your family. I'm more of you and your family than you are. All of this is mine. It is only possible. It's only conceivable because of the anti-white narrative and anti-white immoral imperative. That is the social morality of the West. That's the only way it could happen. Rich Lowry isn't going to talk about it. Bubble Boy doesn't really care. He'll poke it if it'll get him some more views. We're the only people working at this in an efficacious way. We are providing people these heuristics, these tools, these heuristics. That's what a heuristic is. These tools by which they can reclaim their own thinking and the circles of their lives that they can influence. Simultaneously, the concepts are able to move like lightning. 6 degrees to Kevin Bacon is twice as fast with concepts, 10 times, 100 times as fast with concepts moving through society. So we are the only people doing that. Look at how right when you have Go Free as a lens and you have a sound understanding of human nature. Look at how right I was with my premonitory thoughts on Sarah Stock, on so many of these taboo grifters. They're scam artists. They're doing it for the dollars, for the fame or infamy, depending on the audience you're talking to. Let me see if any of you all are saying anything else here. And then you know what I want to do? Lomax made me the captain of a pirate ship called the Jolly Heretic. I don't know if you heard the song. I shared it. Captain Kuna with the Jolly Roger. We set sail thanks to Lomax.
Welcome ye to Pirate Town by the 7 seas. We make merry in the groggery before we catch the breeze. With tin whistle, fiddle and bowron, we play a merry tune. We sing for the Jolly Heretic, may it never be marooned. And so to Captain Cooner, lads, raise your tankards high. And to the bar keep dutton, but don't leave our glasses dry. One for fellow sailors Curtis, Quinones and Gottfried. Another for those lost at sea, Charlemagne and Turnipseed. We pray you find the Red Hawk and follow to safer shores. No pirate is forgotten on the greatest man o' war. Rum, grog, pint of Gatto or whiskey, don't waste a single drip. The best crew of drunken buccaneers to ever man a ship. The pirates of our vessel, the brothers of this manor bun, will sail the bitter waves until our fertile lands return. You scallywags, you scurvy dogs, sing while the tavern's lit. We sing for the Old Glory Club and the Jolly Heretic. Once were a hardy folk, descendants of Albion from many years ago. We are not the tyrants that so many villagers might say. We see the darkness spread from the lands of Fake-on-Gay. Dangerfield's once a forest, now just muddy sand. So it's on the chopping waves where we make our stand. We raise the sail, we raise the flag, we honor what has passed. No of us we fly our colours proudly high atop the mast. In a shanty town of cutthroats we sing the rebel songs, curse to the knaves and landlubbers the bitter wind until the tyrants die. The pirates of our vessel, the brothers of this manor bun, will sail the bitter waves until our fertile lands return. You scallywags, you scurvy dogs, sing while the tavern's lit. Oh, we sing for the old glory club and the jolly heretic. You want to join us, you may perish in the deep. There's no solace for the exiles, no promises to keep. For the Iandel and the Celestine and symbols of the West, we drink to warm the cockles and put hairs upon the chest. We traded rocky roads and heartache for these blistered hands. We go free with no guilt or shame, the true Prometheans. We break the outer rings and sharpen shattered blades. With rubber grit we gritted team on the unforgiving ways. The pirates of our vessel, the brothers of this manor bun, will sail the bitter waves until our fertile lands return. You scallywags, you scurvy dogs, sing while the tavern's lit. We sing for the old glory club and the jolly heretic. The pirates of our vessel, the brothers of this manor bun, will sail the bitter waves. We have nowhere left to run. You scallywags, you scurvy dogs, sing while the crabber's lit. We sing for the dying light and the jolly heretic.
Give it up for Lomax, ladies and gentlemen. How awesome. Give it up for Lomax. Thank you, brother, for making me the captain of the Jolly Heretic. Mentioning the Eindelen as well. Give it up. Big salutes to this guy. Totally unexpected and awesome. Lomax. Prometheans, yes. The great the great Franklin writes there. Prometheans, yes. That was cool. I was ready. I needed a tankard right then. I needed to be crashing it with some other guys, and beer goes everywhere. That was awesome, huh? Very cool. Somebody needs to tell him we celebrated him here today. Played his song and celebrated. That was awesome. Lomax, well done, brother. Absolutely well done. Well, I see we have a financial gift here. Dendy Westman. Get out your Rogers emojis, 007s, please, please. Crowns and gems for Dendy Westman, ladies and gentlemen, the true champion. Showing up with a $20 bill today. Thank you, good sir. Thank you, thank you. $20 bill. He writes with those $20. He says, glad the clickable links for... well, it's definitely not that. The clickable links are functional again. This year's Super Bowl halftime show is so white erased that it isn't even performed in English. Anti-whitism is reaching its fever pitch crescendo. Every year it's worse. Yep. Good to see you, brother, and thank you. Good to see you, and thank you for the financial gift, brother. Yeah, we've had the links started. We got the links working again a couple months back now. So happy about that. But yeah, every year it's worse. We'll be seeing online the radically anti-white. We know one of the commercials that was going to be running by Kraft to defend Jews, to bring attention to, which good for him. I don't have any reason to object or to complain about that. It wouldn't do me any good or my people any good. You know, that's the stuff of the anti-non-whites, the anti-Jews. Or what do they call them again? What is Bubble Boy? The counter-Jewish movement? Oh my God. How pathetic. The counter-Jewish movement. And so more power to him. I would like white billionaires to do the same kind of thing for us. But in the process of making that video, he appealed to anti-whitism because that is the narrative of the West. So the evildoers were two white boys, and there was a white girl who was also mildly evil. And then a black kid comes to save the Jewish kid from being ridiculed for being Jewish. So you know one of them right there. There are bound to be many more, and I won't be able to stomach them. I don't know how anybody could watch that filth. I haven't been able to for many years now. It got far too bad for me many years ago. I think probably people like Elijah, if he thought that it could get him some popularity, he would have been, oh, well, he probably couldn't stream it, right? Because they would pull the stream down for copyright. Probably so. But he could if he could get away with it. What a tale that was as we're getting ready to wrap it up here. Cool Papa J Magic, just wait a few years and the new generation will be saying anti-whitism started with Bad Bunny. Yes, they will. Generation Alpha will be saying that it all got started with Bad Bunny at the Super Bowl. Yes. People are so dumb. The biggest problem, the biggest part of the stupidity is just not recognizing genuine leadership. Like if I walked into that OR, I would know the guy, the brilliant guy, hopefully he's brilliant, that's working on the brain is the person I'm going to yield to on brain surgery. But people, they just don't. They think they can figure it out. Sure, you figured it out all right. I've started seeing some anti-non-whites start saying anti-goyism. Oh my God. Please help us. Wow. So the schmucks are saying anti-goyism? Oh my God. What a surprise. It just can't get any worse with these people, can it? Well, what's gonna be the fallout for Elijah and Sarah Stock? Not as bad as it could be, I guess. What a little, how many like horrible sluts does this guy, can you imagine how gross he is? I wouldn't even, not only would I not drink from the same water fountain, I wouldn't drink in the same room as that guy. What has he touched? Ugh. We don't have to do that here. We had a glorious Church of the West gathering. Again, every single day. God, anti-goyism, that's going to haunt me all night long. Every single day, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Please support the Shade Tree. Head over there and participate. Ask for the microphone and share your thoughts. Every Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we are here, Church of the West, and it is epic as you have seen today. And then Wednesdays, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we get together for a roll-in Church of the West. We might have a special guest this coming Wednesday. You don't want to miss that. And then immediately after that roll-in Church of the West, we have the Rebel Roundtable here on X, and you could participate there. You could just listen, or you could ask for the microphone. You'll hear brilliant people sharing their thoughts as well. Let's see, Ellis says, saw a video of a sitting congressman in Texas, state Congress advocating for all other races to unite against. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. When we're done here in just a moment, you can back it up and you can see we actually speak directly to, we share the video of that guy. Gene Wu is his name. Gene Wu. Franklin says, any opinions on all the Iran stuff happening? I haven't paid super close attention to what they're doing down there. I know they've moved quite a lot of military assets, or at least that's what we're told. They've moved quite a lot of military assets down and around Iran, and it's pressure for sure but to what extent, how far they are going to go with the pressure, what is it they're trying to accomplish? I think, don't they have some type of talks that they're supposed to have nuclear talks about whether Iran is going to continue to try to enrich uranium? And I imagine that it's not going to be allowed. So Iran is probably going to have to capitulate, and the pressure there is to ensure capitulation. And maybe if they don't capitulate, then maybe a strike. But I don't think, from the little bit I've observed, that they're looking to completely destabilize the country or decapitate it like they did with Venezuela. But I'll have to look into it a little bit more to see what news is available, and then what we can discern from what we're allowed to even know. You know what I mean? Dennis saying it's Gene Wu WU. Yeah, and that's his name. Hyperborean Dreams says a C-17 is en route. One actually landed at Dulles last night. It could be heard over all of Northern Virginia. They're loud. The Globemaster. And it wasn't an American, though. I mean, American, I think Boeing builds it. But I think it was owned by Qatar. So I don't know what's up, what they're moving around. Who knows? We're going to keep having our victories here, though, in service to White Wellbeing. Every week is going to be glorious like this one. We're going to be celebrating those victories. We're going to be having triumphs in our lives. We're going to be having these testimonials. People are able to come from their lives and share the victories that they're able to achieve with Go Free, which you don't see anywhere else. Not in the Cuck-servative realm, not in the anti-non-white schmuck realm. And we'll continue to percolate this lexicon that frees our people from anti-whiteism to every sector of Western civilization. And we will arrest our victimization, recapture our destiny with love, hope, and redemption like has never been done before. The future is ours. The victory is now. Big salutes to every one of you. I think we have to listen to a little bit more of our pirate song before we head out. God bless you all. Let's go free.
Welcome ye to Pirate Town by the seven seas. We make merry in the groggery before we catch the breeze. With tin whistle, fiddle and bowron, we play a merry tune. We sing for the jolly heretic, may it never be marooned. And so to Captain Cooner, lads, raise your tankards high, and to the bar keep dutton, but don't leave our glasses dry. One for fellow sailors Curtis, Quinones and Gottfried, another for those lost at sea, Charlemagne and Turnip Seed. We pray you find the Red Hawk and follow the safer shores. No pirate is forgotten on the greatest man o' war. Rum, grog, pint of Gatto or whiskey, don't waste a single drip. The best crew of drunken buccaneers to ever man a ship. The pirates of our vessel, the brothers of this manor bun, will sail the bitter waves until our fertile lands return. You scallywags, you scurvy dogs, sing while the tavern's lit. We sing for the Old Glory Club and the Jolly Heretic. Once were a hardy folk, descendants of Albion from many years ago. We are not the tyrants that so many villagers might say. We see the darkness spread from the lands of Facon Gay. Danger fields, once a forest, now just muddy sand. So it's on the chopping waves where we make our stand. We raise the sail, we raise the flag, we honor what has passed. No of us, we fly our colours proudly high atop the mast. In a shanty town of cutthroats, we sing the rebel songs. Curse to the knaves and landlubbers that say we're doing wrong. curse their laws. We curse every lie. We'll shall sail against the bitter wind until the tyrants die. The pirates of our vessel, the brothers of this manor bun, will sail the bitter waves until our fertile lands return. You scallywags, you scurvy dogs, sing while the tavern's lit. Oh, we sing for the Old Glory Club and the Jolly Heretic. And if ye want to join us, you may perish in the deep. There's no solace for the exiles, no promises to keep. For the Iandel and the Celestine and symbols of the West, we drink to warm the cockles and put hairs upon the chest. We traded rocky roads and heartache for these blistered hands. We go free with no guilt or shame, the true Prometheans. We pricked up outer rings and sharpened shattered blades. With rugged grit we gritted team on the unforgiving way. The pirates of our vessel, the brothers of this manor bun, will sail the bitter waves until our fertile lands return. You scallywags, you scurvy dogs, sing while the tavern's lit. We sing for the Old Glory Club and the Jolly Heretic. The pirates of our vessel, the brothers of this manor bun, will sail the bitter waves. We have nowhere left to run. You scallywags, you scurvy dogs, sing while the crabber's lit. We sing for the dying light and the Jolly Heretic.